Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of March 4th is called to order. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Isto? Here. Councilmember Eni?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Here.
Mayor Hudas?
Here. Thank you. So the next thing we're going to do is the Pledge of Allegiance. So I would invite my pledge leaders to come up. Come on up here. So I have 4 pledge leaders tonight. Hunter Hahn and Daniel Choi, Donnie Jin, and Dev Walia. They all attend Stratford School. And let me just say a couple of things about each of them before we get started. So Hunter likes to do writing, drawing, piano, and volleyball. And Donnie likes math, soccer, and tennis. And he's received the Presidential Service Award for various projects, including community gardening and cards for hospitalized kids. And Daniel likes taekwondo, piano, and his favorite subjects are physical education, art, reading, mathematics, and history. He also has received Presidential Service Award, as has Hunter. So it looks like we have all 4. And finally, Dev has been playing the piano for 3 years, vocal singing and guitar for a year. And he's passionate about fast cars and building Lego cars. Hope those don't go too fast. And recently it's been aerodynamics, and again, Presidential Award winner. So thank you for agreeing to do this. You can share this microphone, and you can face the flag and lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. How about a round of applause? So if you'd like, you can shake the hands of our council members and then turn around and come back this way. Go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Keep going. We have 2 more council members. Thank you. Great job. Thanks a lot. Okay. Terrific. And how about one more round of applause? And so now we move to our consent items. But before I do that, I see there are quite a few folks here. Could I ask if you could raise your hands about whether you are planning on speaking about 50 Saratoga, Los Gatos Saratoga Road? Okay. And about 45 Reservoir? Okay. And about 16660 Cypress. Okay, looks like we have pretty even number of people on all of these. So we're going to take the agenda in the order after we complete the consent items and we do verbal communications. We're then going to go to 50 Los Gatos Saratoga, and then we'll do 45 Reservoir, and then we'll do 16 660 Cypress. And then we'll go back to the other items that we have, the DEI work plan and a contract that we need to approve. So just to give you a heads up on the order and how it's going to work tonight. So the next item is consent items. And so these are items that are multiple items that are taken at once, and they're generally items that are not controversial and can get handled in a single motion. And so we have 7 items on consent tonight. And so I'll ask first whether the council has any questions or comments on those. I don't see any, and so I'll take public comment on consent items. Does anyone here wish to speak on one of those 7 consent items? If you do, please come forward.
I believe there's one card up there for item 4.
Okay. Yes, I do. I also have a card. I have 2 other cards too, so go ahead.
I'm objecting to the legal on this, the town providing legal counsel based on.
So I'm sorry, that's not one of the consent items. You may want to comment on that on verbal communications, which we'll get to later.
That was on the number 4, just that it was.
Oh, it's the minutes of that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My mistake. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that one of the reasons is that you guys are, as somebody that has, filed lawsuits, the 3 that voted on it are a little bit biased, and I think that this could be easily settled because I know the parties. I think everybody's Christian. We can all get together, the council and the 2 parties, or the 2 parties. We can get together, fairly because I have some information on both, and I think it shouldn't be the town that provides legal counsel, because you're just going into the Project 2025 playbook, and you're not going to win on that. So I'm just bringing it up. If there's a lot of other things that I'd like to talk off camera, but I mean off camera. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see that one is labeled consent and item number 4, so I appreciate your filling out the card that way. I have 2 others that look like they're verbal communications, so I'll hold those for now. So is there anyone else who'd like to speak on one of those 7 consent items? Is there anyone online who would like to?
There's no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comment, and is there a motion? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I move to approve consent items 1 through 7.
Second.
Vice Mayor seconds. I'll call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. So now we move to verbal communications, and I have a couple of cards on verbal communications. So let me start with Mariko Sayak.
Good evening, Mayor Hudis and council members and Town Manager Constantine.
As you mentioned, my name is Marika Sayak, and I'm here today to introduce myself as Supervisor Abekoga's Chief of Staff. She is now representing District 5 on Santa Clara County, which encompasses Los Gatos. And I just wanted to introduce myself to you, not only as her Chief of Staff, and share the priorities for the upcoming 4 years, but also as the city lead for the town of Los Gatos. So for those in the community, just wanted to make it very clear that Supervisor Abekoga does want to reach out to get to work in partnership. I believe she's already tried to reach out to several council members. The 5 priorities that she'll be talking about, and we'd love to hear more of your own priorities, but looking for ways to partner together. Number 1, public safety and justice. We know that fire management is a key area for the town, and this is an area that we are planning on working on together. We are planning a summit with Stanford, and we'll be inviting all of our key municipalities. Second is fiscal management. Given the situation that we are all facing, I know that that's top of mind for all elected officials right now. The third is housing, land use, environment, and transportation. She is the chair of that committee. Again, an area that I believe that all of you care about and prioritize, and her years of experience in transportation will certainly carry out. And then she's the vice chair of our health and hospital committee. And so with our 4th hospital, regional medical, coming online April 1st, this is an area where we're excited to see all of our county residents get the care that they need. And the 5th is really just to begin this partnership and hope that we can all work closely together. Please let us know how we could be of support at a county level. We will certainly let you know how you could support at a local level, and hoping in partnership we can really serve and provide a better community for the town that we all care about. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for coming, and it's wonderful to see you here again and to have the opportunity to work with you and Supervisor Abekoga on important things. And one of the things that came up last year when we were approving some monies for our unhoused population was how do we better engage with the county on articulating the needs in Los Gatos. There's a perception that Los Gatos is a relatively well-to-do community, but that's not necessarily the case. And we have many older adults who may be house rich but cash poor and are in need of services. So we're really looking forward to continuing that with the supervisor and with the county executive to understand how to do that. And so we will be reaching out on that topic. But also I wanted to make you aware that I think on March 18, we'll be looking at the topic of federal funding and how federal funding passes through to the town and what impact it might have, specifically freezes, holds, cutbacks in federal funding might have on the services that we provide to our residents. And so maybe someone from your staff would like to attend that session.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in the interim, we'll be happy to share how it's impacting our county budget. As you all know, there's a lot of pass-throughs that we receive, primarily in the health and hospital area. But not only happy to participate, but also just share during those times that we receive any correspondence. We're happy to pass those on to the manager that he could then pass on to all of you.
Great,
Thank you.
Other council members? No, we're all happy to see you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next is William Whitney.
Good evening, council members. I'm Will Whitney, General Manager of the Billy Jones Wildcat Railroad here in Los Gatos. I want to take this opportunity to kind of give a little PSA to the town. At our railroad, at the station, there's a bridge that the pedestrian walkways can take you from one part to the other where the locomotive goes across. We need to do a little bit of minor work on that bridge. So we have a time frame from April to May. We're working with the general contractor. We're going to have to shut the bridge down to all pedestrian traffic during the week while we do painting and other little minor maintenance to it. we are going to do our utmost to make sure that we put out signage well in advance just to let people know, hey, unfortunately, this path is going to be blocked. There are other paths adjacent to it. It's a little bit of a travel, though, but it is work that we need to do because we need to preserve that bridge. Fun little fact, that bridge in itself is actually a flatbed railroad car from back in the day. So our trains are driving on top of a train car, which is really nice. So we want to do what we can to protect what we have, because I don't even want to imagine what it would take to get a new one of those brought in and put in place. So yes, we just wanted to share that it is going to be closed. We don't have a definite date yet, but we just have that window from April to May. And you have my information if you guys need to reach out. And we're going to do, like I said, what we can to post to make sure everyone knows. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next is Karen Yamamoto.
Before I begin, did you guys see this in the agenda? Made copies. Okay. Hi, good evening. I'm Karen Yamamoto. As you know, I am very passionate about our town and the development and the safety of our town. Although I like Los Gatos Lodge proposed build, I have no problem with it. I love how the developers have worked together and met most of our concerns. I still worry about all the other builds that will eventually impact our small town and the safety in the event of an emergency. So, I did some research and put together this little packet that I have handed you, and I've also attached it to the agenda. The presentation explains how all of these new SB 330 builders remedy builds will impact our community in the event of a wildfire, earthquake, or flood. In the presentation, I give you an overall little view of our charming small town. The picture of all of these builds, or most of them, is on the second page. On the third, fourth, I give an overview, a concern, and a request for action that you can read through later. The maps that I have included and all of the builder application tracker. On slide 8, you will notice on the map has 6 of the SB 330 builds. 5 of the 6 will be the tallest builds on Los Gatos Boulevard. These concern me the most because not only are they on a fault line, but they are also on, some are on a flood zone and a liquefaction zone. It's in my concern that this is going to create a costly infrastructure issue, may kill most people in an emergency evacuation, and might eventually bankrupt our town due to the CEQA and other environmental laws not being enforced.
Great. Thank you. There may be some questions. You provided a lot of information.
I did. And if you have any questions for me, I have included my number.
Yeah.
And if you would like a card, let me know.
I had a quick question on this tracker.
Sure.
You've got some in green and some in red. Is there some meaning to that?
Yes, they're in the housing element, and the other ones are not. So the green, from what your website indicates, that those are within your housing element. And if that has not, if any information on there is not correct, then it's not correct on your website.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had is Builder's Remedy, the website doesn't have a column for that. Are you tracking
No,
which are Builder's Remedy?
I took out, I believe, 1 or 2 columns because I couldn't fit it all in the page.
Well, I think they were designated with 3 asterisks on the town website. But if you're doing something in the future, it would be useful, I think, to understand which are Builder's Remedy.
Yeah,
as
but
well.
trying to fit all of that on one page.
Sure. No.
Good luck with that. It's kind of like not even your website does a very good job of like putting it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Leafa Go.
I just wanted to note for the record that that was submitted earlier today and part of the desk item for item number 10.
For item 10, okay.
Before I speak, that has been clarified. It is not item 10 because it's not going to deal with that build on 50 Los Gatos Almaden Boulevard.
It's
It has to do with the other sites. So Leafa Go, I'm not speaking representing any group. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen, longtime resident. Our town has a history of welcoming new residents and allowing reasonable housing developments, while at the same time preserving the character of our community. The first priority with new housing must be safety, including fire, earthquake, and traffic, such as multiple access points in and out of neighborhoods. And now with the developers' proposals for 5 to 12-story buildings in town requiring hook and ladder fire trucks, unable to make 90-degree turns on single-lane roads, developers put our whole community at unnecessary risk. With arbitrary delays, according to the Association of Bay Area Governments' approval of the town's housing element submissions, these SB 330 and SB 9 Builders Remedy proposals attempt to usurp local control that would protect not just the character and infrastructure of our town, but the safety of our citizens. Also, not enforcing environmental impact reviews that help protect our town, and not just for a single development, but for the compounding impact of all of the proposals outside of our housing element guidelines, is not just corrupt, but needlessly dangerous. The town has sites and guidance for 1,993 new housing units. We are required to accommodate already more than 3 times any prior HCD requirement of the town, and has been accepted by the Association of Bay Area Governments. But these submissions now are at locations and design guidelines and height limits that do not preserve the character of our communities. We are also concerned with the increased cost to our town for infrastructure, water, sewer, streets, and other public services like police and access to our town services due to higher density of these new housing units. With such units on sites not in the town's qualified designated zones, away from earthquake fault lines, flood zones, and potential fire threats, that's the way the town had organized these sites, but the builders avoided that, and they're just going for whatever they wanted. And the fact that there's only one water treatment plant for our town, with a population now moving from 31,000 to 35,000, we are at risk of more damage throughout our community. As you heard from the previous speaker, these new builds are on fault lines, they're in flood zones, and this is just going to be a disaster waiting to happen. The California Environmental Quality Act must be enforced by local and municipal governments as per that AB 747 bill. It mandates they consider the combined impact of all these new proposals, not them individually. So please consider that going forward and do what you can to remedy this at the county and state level.
Thank you. I have one more card for verbal communications, and that's Gus Hu. Is that
It's March 4th. Okay, this will try to be, I'm not a public speaker. I'd rather do this in private than in front of everybody. But the flag, I don't think we should at this time be bringing up kids because we're in a kind of a civil war. What's going on? I sent in this review committee meeting on November 5th. It's in the record about the 3 basic items that I had with, Lynn Avenue, the water bill, and the election that I think was rigged. I sent this in, which is against the state of California, and this is something that Bybee is denying it, but he's a Ninth Circuit judge and he's a war criminal, and I've handed that to the town attorney. This is the October 23rd. That's what brought me in. Also, October 18th, 2023. I'm a prophetic dreamer, and that's how I got into this. Shotgun, Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting that I have that I sent in, and then found needles recently in the easement that I sent in, that I provided, and the smart meter. I know the water bills. I didn't send this in, but that's something that hopefully we can discuss too. And then there's I do file lawsuits in federal courts, not in state courts, because of some of the stuff that I have. I don't know if you guys are interested, but this is the recent one I did on Social Security. You can look it up, but that's up to you guys. I'd rather, like I said, do this in person, and I have brought some. I don't want to argue with you, but I did bring you some candy, and I have extras, and I'm just going to pass them out. Thank you.
Anything would go to the clerk, please.
To where?
To the clerk.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So that closes our verbal communications. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a
one speaker on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Gloria?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Gloria Prado, and I have worked in education for 17 years. The last 7 have been here locally, part of Los Gatos Union School District. I am here tonight to, as a educator and as a resident of the Los Gatos teacher housing units located on Dittos Lane. We are here to express our support for the condominium development on Los Gatos Saratoga Boulevard, and in hopes of having.
Excuse me, Mayor. It sounds as if this might be related to the 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road agenda item.
It sounds
Correct.
like that to me as well. So if you don't mind, we're going to get to that item shortly, and you can use the remainder of your time when we get to public comments about that item, which is 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road. Thank you. So I will close public verbal communications at this point. And we will, as I said, we have a relatively full agenda. We're going to do 50 Los Gatos Saratoga next, and then 45 Reservoir, and then 16660. If that's going to be very late, then I would ask staff to see whether we want to do that item 16660, whether our attorney will still be available at that point. So just let me know as the time goes on, and we will be taking some breaks as we go on that as well.
I expect that the code enforcement attorney will be here. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we now move to So the numbers of items have moved around a little bit, but the item is 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Boulevard. The item is consider a recommendation by the Planning Commission to approve architecture and site conditional use permit and subdivision applications to demolish the existing hotel structure, Los Gatos Lodge, and construct a multi-residential development. Goes on from there. And yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So I will be recusing myself from item number 8. My personal residence is within 1,000 feet of the project site. So we'll see you later.
Thank you. So if you do plan to speak on this topic, if you would please fill out a speaker card and turn that into the town clerk, that would be great. And so we will start with, let's start with disclosures here right away. So I'll start at this end. Councilmember Rennie?
I did meet with the applicant, but it's been 4 to 6 months, I think, and I've been on the lodge site many, many times.
Vice Mayor?
I've met with the applicant and visited the site.
Thank you. I've met with the applicant 4 times, and I've walked the site as recently as last weekend.
Thank you, and I've met with the applicant I think at least twice, and I'm very familiar with the site, and I've walked it multiple times.
Okay, thank you. Now we'd like to go to the staff report. Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. I'd like to have the town attorney start to provide a regulatory background and framework applicable to this project.
Thank you. Since this is one of the first Senate Bill 330 projects that will be coming before the Town Council, we've prepared a presentation to outline what the law provides. Next slide, please. The state law authorizes applicants to submit what's called an SB 330 preliminary application. Once a complete preliminary application has been submitted, the applicant vests to the development standards that were in place at the time that their preliminary application was submitted. Next slide. The Los Gatos Lodge has vested to the development standards that were in place when its preliminary application was submitted. And while this project is utilizing Senate Bill 330 to vest, the project is not utilizing the builder's remedy, but is instead relying on state density bonus law. Next slide, please. And as you probably recall, state density bonus law provides that based on the level of affordability, applicants are eligible for density bonuses, incentives or concessions, and an unlimited number of waivers of development standards. This particular applicant is not seeking a density bonus. However, this applicant is using incentives or concessions and waivers from town development standards. Next slide, please. Incentives or concessions can include a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning code requirements. The most common examples of these are reductions in setback, increases in square footage requirements, and less vehicular parking than could otherwise be required. Another form of an incentive or concession is the approval of mixed-use zoning, or any other concession that would result in a cost reduction in order to provide the affordable housing. Next slide, please. Density bonus applicants are entitled to request unlimited waivers of town development standards that would have the effect of physically precluding the development as proposed by the applicant. Next slide, please. And so that is a summary of Senate Bill 330 and state density bonus law, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Are there questions? Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
My question's a little more towards the housing element. Is this an okay time to ask that?
It's for the town attorney, I think.
Yes,
so.
yes. So my question is, we had to submit a housing element, as most people are aware, and we spent a lot of time figuring out where would these units go. And this particular site, we'd set it up with a minimum density. This project is coming in below the minimum density of our housing element, and so we're getting a pretty large net loss, what they call, which means if we don't have enough buffer, we have to go look for other sites to put these. Could you speak to that a little bit?
So this project vested to the town standards that were in effect prior to adoption of the town's housing element. And so they have vested to the densities that were in effect prior to the new housing element. And then an additional layer is that the 2040 general plan land use element has been rescinded. And so this project vested at a time when that element had been suspended. And so this project is subject to the 2020 land use element of the town. And the project is in conformance with those standards.
So one quick follow-up on that. So if the applicant were to can this application and start over, they would then have to follow our minimum density, and we'd have a more dense project?
That's correct, because the preliminary application, once it's filed, vests you to all the standards that are in place at the time that that application is complete.
Thank you.
I'm just going to go with one that's related to that, and that is the town website lists this as as a builder's remedy application. How does that relate to the answer that you just gave? If this were denied under SB 330, could the developer assert builder's remedy with a different application immediately?
I'll check in with the planning manager on this. I don't believe that this project cited the builder's remedy in their application.
Thank you for that question. So the applicant did cite it in their application, but they have not they've not utilized it. All the waivers and concessions are available through state density bonus law. My understanding is, to the mayor's question, if this application were discontinued for some reason and a new application were submitted, it would not be available for the builder's remedy.
My question is, if this were denied under SB 330, could the application come forward as a builder's remedy application immediately?
Yes, the builder's remedy is a statute that is codified, and so it's available to applicants who have submitted Senate Bill 330 preliminary applications.
So one follow-up, so if that were the case, they could do that without the answer that you provided later, which would be that it would be at a greater density. They could come forward with the same application under builder's remedy at this lower density, correct?
If I understand the question correctly, you're asking if a new project could be proposed at a greater density?
No, I'm saying if this project could be reproposed under builder's remedy at the lower density that it is.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you would correct your earlier statement that a new project would necessarily come forward as at a higher density.
If there were a brand new application, that application would be subject to the standards that we have in effect right now. If this applicant were to continue to process this existing application, they could utilize the builder's remedy.
Through the mayor, just
yes.
real quick, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. I'm trying to come at it from a little bit different angle, and maybe I'm not understanding the question. Like you asked, if this project happened to be denied, could a builder's remedy application be subsequently submitted? I would offer that since we have a adopted housing element, that a new builder's remedy couldn't come forward, but there are other paths that they could go down that would allow them to have increased density.
Again, I need to follow up because my understanding is that they have asserted builder's remedy under this application, but haven't filed the requirements that way.
So I will start, and I'm sure the town attorney will have additional. So they reference the builder's remedy statute in their letters. They haven't asserted it, and then I would defer to the town attorney because I think the builder's remedy takes effect when an action is taken on the project, if I'm correct.
The builder's remedy limits the grounds, as you know, limits the grounds under which the town can deny or condition a project. And so I suppose an applicant, if there were to be a denial, the applicant could cite the builder's remedy at that point. There's also limitations on denial or conditioning based on state density bonus law.
Okay, thank you. That was a clarification I was looking for. Vice Mayor, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's a good segue to where my question was going. So as your presentation kind of got at, state laws like SB 330, density bonus, builder's remedy have, in a variety of different ways, tie the town of Los Gatos' hands on what our rationale can be for denying the project. Can you share a little bit about what the legitimate reasons for denying a project like this are?
Yes, the state density bonus law provides that a requested incentive or concession can be denied because the applicant hasn't demonstrated that it would result in a cost reduction, or if denial is mandated by state or federal law, or if the requested concession or incentive would negatively affect a historical property.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I had one that was related to that, and that is some of the site development standards are aesthetic, and some relate to safety. What happens if a reduction in site development standards makes a project unsafe? Must an unsafe condition be approved? And this would apply to both concessions and waivers.
So there's two, sections of law to think about. Under density bonus law, the town would need to find that the requested incentive or concession was contrary to a state or a federal law that addressed safety. Under the builder's remedy, a project could be denied based on an objective standard that's been adopted that relates to public health or safety. And if you give me a minute, I will check the density bonus statute to see specifically what it provides regarding public health and safety. And so maybe you could go to the planning presentation and I can look that up.
Yeah, I think we can probably just about finish. Councilmember Risto, did you have a question for the town
I had a
attorney?
question. I don't know if it was too specific because there was discussion of this coming in a lower density than what we planned in the housing element because it came in first. Can we just clarify? This is at about 17 units an acre, and the housing element has this at 20 to 30, or can I get that?
Thank you for that question. So this project, density is measured in different ways in the town, but the way it's reported here is about 20 dwelling units per acre based on the net lot area.
Okay.
The HEOZ, or the housing element overlay zone, was anticipating 30 to 40 dwelling units per acre, which would put the development around 264 to 352 units based on the full gross site area of 8.8 acres.
Okay, great. I just think that context is important. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll get back to the staff presentation on planning. So go ahead, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening once again. The applicant is requesting approval to demolish the Los Gatos Lodge and construct a multifamily residential development with 129 market rate units and 26 below market price units. The application is being processed, as the town attorney mentioned, under Senate Bill 330, and the project qualifies for one concession and unlimited waivers under density bonus law. The 8.8 acre site would be developed with 155 multifamily attached units distributed amongst 28 separate buildings. The 3-story buildings would incorporate Mediterranean influenced architecture in 3 color schemes. Individual units would include 2, 3, and 4 bedroom floor plans with 2 car garages. The maximum building height would be 37 feet 4.5 inches, and circulation improvements on site include new private roadways and alleys, a pedestrian pathway from the Los Gatos Saratoga Road to the high school, internal pedestrian pathways, and an emergency vehicle access easement connecting to the high school property. The applicant has implemented the parking requirements provided through density bonus law, which requires a total of 303 spaces be provided on site. The project includes 310 spaces within private garages and 20 additional guest parking spaces throughout the site. The applicants requested a concession through state density bonus law to forego the requirement to include a mixed-use component within the residential project. A number of waivers are also requested as detailed in the applicant's letter and the Planning Commission staff report for building height, open space, bike parking, setback, alley widths, and several objective design standards. The applicant provided written justification for the requested concessions and waivers and addressing each of the findings. The project was evaluated pursuant to no net loss law, and it was found that the capacity of the remaining sites included in the housing element are adequate to meet the town's remaining RENA. Therefore, the no net loss law can be made, and the findings can be made, and the town is not required to identify additional sites to accommodate the remaining RENA as a result of this project. Lastly, an initial study was prepared pursuant to CEQA guidelines. The study included several technical reports that were peer-reviewed by the town and its consultants. The initial study concluded that no additional environmental review is necessary pursuant to section 15183, since the project's environmental impacts were adequately addressed in the environmental impact reports prepared for the 2020 and 2040 general plans as applicable, and through implementation of applicable general plan policies identified in the initial study for inclusion in the conditions of approval. On February 12th, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted unanimously to forward a recommendation of approval to the council, and staff recommends that the council accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt a resolution making the findings and approving the applications subject to the conditions of approval. Finally, I will note that an addendum and desk item have been distributed ahead of tonight's meeting, and this concludes my presentation, and staff is available to support your discussion.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councilmember Rennie?
When Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation to approval, did they recommend any changes to the project or exactly as is?
They didn't recommend any changes to the project itself, but there was some clarification added to, at their direction, to some conditions of approval relative to construction vehicles idling. The standard condition of approval would be to limit their idling on site. We also modified the conditions to limit idling off-site if they were queuing off-site during the construction process.
And those are already included in our attachments?
Those are included with Exhibit A to your resolution for approval.
Thank you.
Town Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. And so following up on your question about the grounds for denying a requested incentive or concession, the statute also provides that a grounds would be that the requested concession or incentive would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety, and that has to be related to an adopted objective standard.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I had a question about the no net loss. Mr. Mullen, you covered that. My question is, at what point is no net loss triggered? Is it when upon occupancy? Is it upon building permits? Is it upon full project A&S approval, which is I think what we're being asked to consider tonight? When does the no net loss consideration come into play?
I can research that while the council takes public comment.
Okay, because I noticed there is a section in the staff report, and we're reviewing the A&S tonight, but but it wasn't clear whether that was actually something that had to be considered at this point. So that would be very helpful. Any other questions at this point? Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I guess for clarification from staff, I saw the list of no net loss, and if you can correct me, my understanding was that was showing that even if this project is approved as proposed, that there will be no net loss, that it looked at each affordability bin and compared it to our RENA number and compared it to our housing element capacity. And I guess the way I read it was that that's not an issue, but is that what you're looking for? Or
I can start. The result of the project would be that the remaining surplus of the housing element sites would be ample to cover the remaining RENA requirement after the project. So the math works out of, to Councilmember Risso's point, of removing the units that are proposed in their different affordability buckets, but also removing this site in the table from the capacity because it'll be developed. And the evaluation as provided in the staff report and provided in the findings is that we still end up with ample surplus to cover the remaining RENA.
No, I understand that's staff's position on it. Okay, so we're going to go to the applicant now, and please come forward, and your team will share the time that you have.
Thank you. I believe that's 5 minutes. Is that right? Oh, thank you. It was reading 3 down there. Sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. It's nice to be here this evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is John Hickey, and I'm VP of Development for Summerhill Homes. For those of you who aren't familiar with Summerhill, we are a local residential developer who's been building homes in the Bay Area since 1976. We're based in San Ramon, and in our time we've built more than 7,000 homes in the Bay Area. We pride ourselves on the quality of our homes and on the communities that we build. As Sean explained during his presentation, we're proposing to build 155 new townhome-style condominiums at 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road. The town designated the site as a housing inventory site in the current housing element, and that was with the intention of having the site be redeveloped for residential use. The project, slide, I apologize, I forgot to go to the next one. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. You're following me better than I'm following myself. The project is taking advantage, as Sean explained, of the state density bonus law. The state density bonus law allows concessions and waivers. The waivers, with the waivers that we have requested, the project is completely consistent with all applicable objective standards. Next slide, please. We started our community outreach for the project almost 18 months ago, before we had even submitted our development application. We held our first neighborhood meeting in August of 23, followed by several smaller follow-up meetings last year with neighbors and other community leaders. And then we had 2 more neighborhood meetings earlier this year. In addition, throughout the process, we have been working closely with our neighbor, the school district. Next slide, please. In addition to complying with the state energy code and with the town's REACH code, the project will be all electric, and every home will have solar panels. In addition, every garage will be EV ready for a level 2 charger. Next slide, please. The project will provide several important public benefits for the community. First, I want to highlight that we will be providing 155 new homes for the community, which will help the town take a substantial bite out of its RENA numbers for the 7th housing cycle. Second, we're designating 26 of those units as BMP units, below market price units. 16 of those units will be priced for low-income households, and 10 of the units will be priced for moderate-income households. Third, as a benefit for the high school, we're proposing to establish a reciprocal emergency access easement. It's a route between Los Gatos Saratoga Road and the high school that will serve both the high school and the project in the event of an emergency. Fourth, As an additional benefit for the community and for the high school, we're proposing to build a new bike and pedestrian trail along the edge of the site, which will connect from Los Gatos Saratoga Road to the high school. Next slide, please. With these public benefits, we believe that the project will be a valuable asset to the community, helping the town provide housing so that it can continue to sustain a thriving, multi-generational community. Thank you again for your consideration this evening. We are pleased to receive, as Sean mentioned, a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission, and we respectfully request your approval of the project this evening. With me here this evening are Kevin Ibrahimi, who is our Senior Vice President of Development, as well as our design team. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have any questions at this point from council members? I think I have a lot of questions, but I think I'll wait to hear from the public, so thank you. So we will now move to public comment, and the applicant will have an opportunity to speak after public comment.
Mayor, if you like, I could answer the no net loss question now.
Yes.
Okay. So the requirement for findings is triggered whenever a project is approved. The town is required to make findings that the remaining sites are adequate to accommodate the town's RENA. And then once, that's one requirement. And then the other requirement is that within 180 days of a shortfall being identified, the town needs to rezone additional sites.
Okay, thank you. So approval is what we're considering tonight, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to the public. And so I have Rob Stump, and then Nick Lamson, and then that's all I have.
Town Council members, Rob Stump, Los Gatos resident. I was appointed to the Planning Commission effective January 1, 2025. At the February meeting, application requests for 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road were considered. The Commission unanimously agreed to forward a recommendation for approval to the Council. I was not present at this meeting. Had I been able to attend this meeting, I would have recused myself. Why? I spent countless hours advocating for a second point of vehicle access for Los Gatos High in 2024 to improve school safety and public safety. This access would run through the Los Gatos Lodge property. Was this second point of access viable, feasible? I don't know. Why? It was never given serious consideration. Tonight, I'm not speaking as a member of the Planning Commission. I speak as a concerned citizen. I'm concerned about public safety related to traffic congestion, including emergency evacuation. To this point, the development at the Lodge property is moving forward with no consideration for a new public roadway for Los Gatos High. The roadway would be used by students, parents, and the community, including Summerhill residents who will likely be impacted by beach traffic June through September. They will have one way in and one way out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that may be gone forever. We have serious traffic congestion challenges, including normal around-the-town traffic, school traffic, and beach traffic. Add to this the potential for wildfire and related emergency evacuation on primarily two-lane roadways in and adjacent to the WUI. We are setting ourselves up for disaster. Many might say this could never happen in Los Gatos. There are probably many people in Los Angeles that said the same thing, but it did happen. Who'd have ever imagined that Sunset Boulevard would be cleared using a bulldozer to move abandoned cars to make way for emergency vehicles? Due to the proposed development in Los Gatos, the town needs to be more vigilant and action-oriented than ever. Additional access opportunities like new access to Los Gatos High do not come along every day, and in fact, in Los Gatos, pretty much never. As we welcome more residents to Los Gatos, we need to understand our current traffic situation, our baseline, including unsolvable beach traffic and the requirements for wildfire evacuation. Besides addressing daily traffic congestion, how will we evacuate and where will we evacuate the community in the event of a wildfire? What's the plan? Development of a comprehensive wildfire emergency evacuation plan must be the top priority for the emergency manager upon appointment. The highest priority for local government is public safety, whether it's new access to Los Gatos High or a comprehensive, practiced evacuation plan that will save lives. What could be a higher priority?
We do not allow applause during our public hearings in order to be objective. So, and thank you for your remarks, Mr. Stump. I'm sorry I missed one card. So the next speaker will be Nick Lamson. Are you part of the applicant team, or are you a separate speaker? Separate. Okay, very good. Thank you. And then I have another card from Steve Piasecki. And if anyone else wishes to speak on this, please fill out a card. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nick Lamson. I'm with McCarthy Development. We're a local property owner in town. Wanted to share my support for the project. I think it takes a crucial step towards addressing the housing needs in our community. Los Gatos has always been known for its charm and desirability, and with that comes a demand for housing. I mean, people want to live here, and it's not an easy place to move to. And I think this project takes a responsible approach to addressing that problem, and it does it responsibly while helping the housing problem, but also keeping the charm that we've grown to know about our community. I think secondly, the location, it couldn't really be better. I think it provides access to local amenities. I think it's going to be a big boost for downtown businesses. Local restaurants, shops, cafes will all see a benefit. New residents can walk there and support our local businesses. It also provides easy access to schools, so making it a good location for both families and individuals alike. I think overall it's would be a welcomed addition to our community, and I'm excited to see what it brings. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have a question, actually, based on the last speaker's comment. Mm-hmm. Had you given, since you're long-term invested in the community, had you given any thought to this idea of secondary vehicular access to the high school?
I hadn't. I haven't given enough to be able to speak on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Piasecki.
Thank you, Mayor Hudis, Vice Mayor Moore, members of the Town Council. I appreciate the opportunity. One of the fundamental principles of any new development coming into this town or any town is to be a good neighbor and complement and integrate with the fabric of the community. Also, the term charm would be another term that we could throw in there. Los Gatos neighborhoods have a traditional design character, stoops and porches so you can wave at your neighbors, along with traditional craftsmen and some Victorian designs that are integrated throughout a connected street system throughout the community. The proposed project consists of 155 units that are essentially located on a cul-de-sac, one way in and one way out. That just boggles my mind because I'm imagining them backing up into their internal street system. There are 28 three-story buildings designed with concrete tile, roofs, stucco siding, and painted foam trim, with a continuous garage-faced lower level and very little visible open space. You could put the open space is a obvious solution. You can put the open space out on Highway 9, Los Gatos, Saratoga Road, and enhance it. Summerhill did this with their project on Blossom Hill Road, where they have the open space right on Blossom Hill, and all of the community has the opportunity to see it and enjoy it. The density is only 17 units per acre, At that density, you could do a Robeson-style development of small lots, single-family Craftsman-style homes with secondary units. So there are alternatives, and they haven't chosen, obviously. The southeast quadrant of the town is a one-way out neighborhood. The one-way out is Los Gatos Boulevard, which, as you know, is congested any given hour of any given day of the week. It's congested with residents, students, cut-through traffic, clogging the street constantly. The student traffic from the high school is also a one-way out street from the parking lot to Main Street. I am personally familiar with that because the high school students elect to park on my street on Johnson Avenue and walk to and from the high school. It's easier than waiting in line to get out of the one-way cul-de-sac of the high school. The bottom line is that we need more than a one-way in and one-way out and more than one evacuation route in the event of an LA, CZU, Santa Rosa, Paradise-style fire. We need to get, it is a fundamental public health and safety issue. I'm going to try to wrap up quickly. I can see my time is going. The bottom line is that this is a cookie-cutter project. It is not integrated into the fabric of the Los Gatos community from a building design or a street circulation standpoint, and the open space is virtually invisible. My suggestion, and I'm not opposed to residential on this site, it's a good site for it, send it back to the drawing board to redesign to provide a permanent public access street through the development from Main Street to Los Gatos Saratoga Road. You will not get another chance, as has already been mentioned.
Thank you very much. Please, no applause. We appreciate your coming forward and your service on the General Plan Committee. I did have a question. Did you read the consulting architect's report? You seemed to hit on some of those things, and it seemed as though those suggestions weren't incorporated.
Absolutely. Larry Cannon's a good architect. He made some good comments, and I agree with those, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
I have no more cards from the public on this, and so...
I recall there was a speaker on Zoom.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Correct. Gloria, you have 2 minutes and 8 seconds remaining from your time.
Go ahead.
Please unmute.
Okay. If we're unable to have that person participate, we're going to have to close public hearing at this point. So, okay, thank you. We will close.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. I think I still have time on the clock. I'm here tonight to express our support in the development on 50 Los Gatos Saratoga, as it offers a viable option for us to purchase a home in the foreseeable future. Again, here speaking on behalf of local educators and local residents of the teacher housing units on Ditto's Lane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will now close public comment, and we will go back to the applicant for follow-up. So do council members have follow-up questions for the applicant at this point?
Do you mind if I take our 3 minutes of rebuttal? We only have a few
Yeah,
minutes.
absolutely. Go ahead. Do that first.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate the comments that we heard tonight. They are comments that we have, many of them we've heard before. We have worked very hard to try to address everything that we possibly could to make, while keeping this project feasible. What I just want to emphasize again, as I said earlier, is that with the state density bonus waivers and concession, this project is completely consistent with all objective standards, which is a very important thing to keep in mind in terms of the Housing Accountability Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there questions for the applicant? Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, so there was a comment about it being one way in, one way out. So when I look at the circulation, it looks like it's designed so that there are, within the project, there's multiple ways to get out. The only bottleneck is a very short piece right as you get onto Route 9. I'm wondering if the applicant has studied, you know, is that a dangerous, too narrow an outlet? Maybe have they thought about widening it? From the picture here, I can't tell how many lanes out it is. So, for example, is there no easy right turn if somebody's waiting to go left?
So that's a question for the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Can you rephrase that question or restate that question for us? I wasn't quite clear which portion you were referring to.
So the major comments against the project are really safety. So and one of them was it's a one way in, one way out. But I actually see quite a bit of circulation in here. So residents have multiple ways to get to the last little piece, which then becomes a bottleneck. Have you studied that bottleneck, and is it typical to have a small bottleneck for this number of units? Have you thought about widening it? Is it possible to widen it? Is there a right turn lane available if somebody's waiting to go left, for example?
Yes, and so I guess, first of all, you're correct that there is internal circulation. So two of those are looped streets. So people would have multiple ways to get to A Court, which is the main access, which, keep in mind, is the exact same situation that's currently there with the lodge, right? It's 130 rooms at the lodge right now, and the access point is there at Alberto Way. So we're not changing that from the current situation. I'm actually referring to, let's see, our civil, yes. I can't remember off the top of my head whether we have two egress lanes. I believe we have a left turn, just one egress lane. Okay. Our constraint is, frankly, the grade there. You're familiar with the fact that there's a change in grade between the site and Los Gatos Saratoga Road. So it's certainly something we could take a look at, but I will also actually ask our traffic consultant to come up and speak for a moment, because he can talk about how much traffic is actually being generated, which is, would you mind coming up? He can explain what you would actually expect in terms of the number of cars actually coming and needing to leave from the site at any given time.
Good evening, Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. We prepared the traffic study for the project, which was reviewed by your town staff, who are here to answer additional questions. But I can speak to the traffic going in and out of the driveway. And I can give you the actual numbers, but the easiest way to think of it, it's pretty much the same as the existing Los Gatos Lodge that's already there. So we're not going to see any noticeable increase in traffic compared to existing conditions.
Okay, if I could follow up sort of on this same related safety is, so it looks like I think it must be B Alley is where there's an entrance into the high school, which was stated as an emergency exit. Under what conditions can that be opened? Does your project prohibit it from being opened by the high school during high traffic hours? Is there anything that stops that from being used? Can you explain better this connection to the high school, and does it go anywhere? Are you building a road on the other side of it?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So first of all, before I even talk about the reciprocal emergency vehicle access route, I just do want to point out again that in addition to that, we have the bike pedestrian trail. Now, the bike pedestrian trail obviously is not a vehicle route, but it will be connecting from Los Gatos Saratoga Road down to the high school, and the high school will have control over the access point because they were very concerned about maintaining the safety of the campus. So at any time that, for example, during arrival in the morning or during departure in the afternoon, when the school is comfortable with having people move through that gate, they will be able to move through that gate on foot or on a bike, on a scooter, whatever it happens to be. Now, in the situation that you're talking about where you have an emergency, either an emergency on our project site or an emergency on the school site, the EVA is a reciprocal EVA that serves two ways. One of the key aspects of it is that, for example, if for our project, if there's a congestion along Los Gatos Saratoga Road and the fire truck or ambulance, whoever it is, can't get to our site via that route, they will be able to access it from the high school site. They'll be able to come through. There'll be a gate that has a Knox box on it. Emergency services have access, so they'll be able to get right in. So if there's congestion on Los Gatos Saratoga Road, it won't impede the access to the site. Conversely, if there's a problem at the school, somebody needs to get to the school, but there's congestion along East Main Street, right? Then the fire services, emergency services, whoever they are, will be able to come through our site to get to the school. So it's key, it's for the safety not just of our project, but it's very important for the safety of the students and the staff at the, yes, I'm sorry? Okay, students and staff at the school. And in addition to that, one of the other provisions that we offered to the school district is an egress that's not just egress for the emergency services, but in the event of some catastrophic emergency, for example, or God forbid, I mean, there was this is slightly different because it's not a major event, but there was my son's school this morning, there was a child who died hit by a train, and that's the kind of thing that makes me very aware of the fragility of our students. And if there was something happening at the high school, and we needed to get all of those students off campus as quickly as we possibly could. Maybe some of them leave through East Main, but they're allowed, even though they're not emergency vehicles, they're allowed to go right through our site to get to safety.
Okay, thank you.
Just one follow-up. Is that agreement in place now?
So it's actually ready for signature right now, but we've already got an agreement in place to sign the agreement, if that makes sense. We've already gone to the school board. The school board has already ratified the concept.
So it's the ball's in your court as to whether to sign it or not?
No, actually, we are just getting ready to actually sign it. Both parties. We've just been working out. We actually had to work out the legal details of a recorded document. So we've just.
It's not signed yet.
It's not signed yet, but
is there a backup plan in case it gets tracked and doesn't happen?
Sorry.
Yes, Kevin Abrahimi, Summerhill Homes. We did go to the school board. The first agreement was executed by the school board and Summerhill. That agreement stipulates that upon the project being approved, we would execute the easement agreement, and that's been completed and finalized. It's ready to go to the school board upon approval here.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Just to continue along with this road, I did watch the school board meeting where they approved it. Can you explain to me like what that road looks like and how it becomes a road? Because I can see from the plans that on the Summerhill side, it's a regular road. It looks like it actually, maybe I didn't look at the plans carefully. It looks like it kind of terminates with shrubberies or something, but maybe it's open.
No, it will be open. That may be something in a prior version of the plans you saw that may have indicated some shrubs, but no, it will be all the way up to the property line.
Okay,
and
so
then,
so that's a paved road that goes to the gate.
Yes.
What does it look like on the high school side, and how does that get created? Because right now it looks like it's grass and gravel and...
We're actually working on the design for it right now. Summerhill will be contributing $450,000 our money towards the creation of that EVA and installing it as part of our project.
It will be a full paved vehicular access road.
Okay, and so if I recall the school board meeting correctly, so the money that Summerhill is committed to this, if the road costs more than that, then the school pays what goes above and beyond, or?
Yes, that's right, although our current estimates are under $450,000.
Okay.
And the full improvement plans have been submitted to the school district. So upon the project approval, those plans will get finalized, get approved, and the EVA road will be constructed along with our project.
Okay, so there actually will be a road then on the school
Absolutely,
side?
full access road, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So to continue on this road piece, my understanding of talking with some folks, and I don't want to put any words in anyone's mouth at the school, they're not here, but my understanding is that they did not want a road going through the school. Is that right?
They don't want a roadway for daily use by the students going in and out.
Right.
What they really wanted was to have an EVA, vehicular access, in case of an emergency.
Yeah,
That's what's been agreed to.
That was my understanding from talking with folks at the school as well. And so, as you know, we are a different municipality. My understanding is that we can't compel them to.
If I could follow up on that, I've had exactly the opposite understanding in speaking with people in the school. And so I would be interested, you have represented that the school does not want vehicular access to the campus. On what basis? Was there a meeting where that was covered? Who made that statement to you? Because I've heard exactly the opposite.
Yeah, we had over 3 meetings with the previous school superintendent, and we've had 1 follow-up meeting with the current school superintendent. At no time was there a request or a desire to have a full access. And I would say Summerhill does not have that desire either to have a full access, but we were never asked to have that by the school district.
Say that in the conversation that I had with the superintendent, they were not interested in people cutting through from Los Gatos, Saratoga to Main Street. But they were not opposed to having vehicles being able to exit in one direction at a given time. And so that's why it's very interesting, because I had a conversation with the same superintendent about this. So I guess I would just ask the question, what are the reasons why that you think that it would be, you would be opposed to vehicular access from the school, from the point of view of yourselves as the applicant?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it alludes back to what I was saying earlier in terms of our attempt to try to address as many public requests, frankly, as we could, recognizing that this is an existing issue that the town has, the school has nothing to do with the project. It's not related to project impacts. It is an existing problem along East Main Street related to the school. So the simple fact is that there's a difference between having an EVA, which will be used only in emergencies, and having a route that's used on a daily basis, multiple times a day, and I will say multiple times a day by student drivers. The impact on our site plan is a loss of approximately 10. Yeah, it's a substantial loss in terms of the number of units, and not only that, but on top of the loss of units, there would also be a loss of livability for the remaining units. And it's simply not feasible for us. We looked at it, we recognized that in terms of the loss for our project, it simply would no longer be something we could underwrite.
Okay, I think it was important to hear your perspective on it, as the school board is not here tonight, I don't believe, and I know that there have been numerous conversations with them, and so understanding your reasons for not wanting to do it is important. Are there other questions on this access?
Can I add a comment to your question?
Sure.
So to be clear, I think the school superintendents, both of them, and the school boards that we have met with, they clearly understood our position that our project is not providing a full access. So I would imagine that would have an impact on them trying to ask for that. So potentially that's one of the reasons that you know, from your meetings and our meetings, we've had different conversations, because I think our position has been that the project can't sustain that kind of a traffic through it.
And I would also add, actually, in terms of what Kevin's mentioning, that I don't know whether it made it into the material that you received, but I believe that the city manager received a letter from the school district specifically supporting our project in its current form with the EVA.
Yeah, I understand. I did have another question about the traffic going through. This is really for the traffic engineer. When you were talking about the number of trips and all of that, did your study or did you look at the situation of the gridlock that occurs on Los Gatos Saratoga Road during certain periods in the summer? And does that impact your view about the impact on traffic?
We did our traffic counts during the school year when the school was in session. We also did some traffic counts in the summer, but the traffic counts were higher during the school year. And so we are aware of the backup going to the high school in the morning. And of course, you also have Louise Van Meter School over there. So there's 2 schools that are on Los Gatos Boulevard. So that was taken into account. And I think the easiest kind of way to characterize this is that this is sort of a trading like for like in terms of traffic. So the way it looks now would be the way it looks with the project, because it generates about the same amount of traffic as the Los Gatos Lodge is there now.
Yes, I understand, but you did not look at the traffic situation where there's gridlock on Los Gatos Saratoga Road, is what you're saying in your analysis.
We did, yes.
You didn't?
Yes, we did.
You did traffic counts when there was gridlock?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we did. Because that's the morning peak for the high school.
I'm talking about beach cut-through traffic gridlock that occurs. I'm not talking about the heavy traffic that occurs on school days.
We looked
Are you aware that there is that there are gridlock conditions that occur on heavy beach cut-through where cars are directed to side streets and off of the freeway?
Yes, I'm aware of that. And we did, all I can say is that we did counts in the summer also. I can't attest, well, I can say that wasn't on a weekend, so that wouldn't reflect the worst of the traffic that occurs on the weekends from the, the cut through. So our study does not address that condition, to answer your question directly.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add, the study was based on the scope of work that was generated by staff and staff's third-party consultant, traffic consultant, and all of the studies that were done were in conjunction with what was required by the town of Los Gatos and staff's third-party traffic engineer.
Thank you. It's clear that it was not part of your study, and we'll have an opportunity to comment on that later. Are there other questions? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have a question. Given that this application came in before our housing element overlay zone was in place, and you basically were adhering to our 2020 land use at 20 units an acre, what would this project look like, or how would you make this project work if you had to do 30 to 40 units an acre?
I can't say that we've studied doing that density, but that's not the density that we've found markets well. So what we're proposing is what we believe people look for.
I would also add that once you start talking about 4-story, 5-story construction, you're approximately tripling your construction cost at least.
Okay, thank you. So this works out better cost-wise?
Well, it's not just cost-wise. I think it's for marketability in Los Gatos. This is the kind of product that people are looking for.
Right. Okay. So I guess what I'm wondering is, as we're talking about traffic and other things, we zoned this at 20 units an acre, and you complied with that. And we actually later zoned it for 30 to 40 units an acre on that same site.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I had a question about, again, the housing affordability, and in your justification letter, you talk about affordable at the moderate and at the moderate level. Doesn't state housing law and define affordability as extremely low, very low, and does not include moderate as affordable?
Respectfully, no, that's incorrect. Moderate is one of the categories.
I see. So I will have a question for staff on that a little later. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
So following up on that a little bit, it seems like your affordable count is a little bit low. Usually we expect about 20%, and it seems like you're below 20% if we have 155 units. Is my math wrong here somehow?
I will let staff speak to that and the way the calculation is done.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
And through the mayor, if I may, the pursuant to the town's BMP ordinance, percentage of affordability is calculated off the market rate units. So the 20% is calculated off of the 129 units.
Okay, so we do meet the 20% on
Correct.
this thing. And some of these units are larger also, three-bedroom units, so you can have a whole family live there kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant before we close this? I had one more, which is related to architecture, and that is there's a report from the consulting architect. Did you incorporate the recommendations of the consulting architect?
We did where we could, and actually, if you look at the consulting architect's report, he notes right at the beginning that that he recognizes that many of his suggestions might not be implementable. We did implement, and I can ask our architects to enumerate for you if you'd like, but we also included that in our response to. We included a response letter to the consulting architect's comments, and our discussion of what changes we made is included in that.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to hear that as I have read that letter carefully.
Good evening, Jennifer Mastro with SDG Architects. So some of the items we did incorporate from the town's consulting architect had to do with the rear elevations, the garage-facing sides of the homes. We added trellises, further articulation with pot shelves, build-outs. We also changed colors along that, specifically the rear elevation. We differentiated between two buildings that were facing each other with different window trims or pot shelves, and again, recessing garages to get that plain difference there. We also added wrapped porches at key ends of the buildings. So as you enter the project, there was additional wrapped porches and decks and trellises added for articulation on those elevations. Okay, thank you. So you didn't articulate the ones that he didn't that you didn't agree with. One of the ones that I was interested in and was the open space, and his comments that the open space seems to be almost entirely bioswale, which is not
something that residents could enjoy other than to observe, that the wedge between B and E and the property that's in between building 2 and 3 are largely bioswale. They would not be spaces that the residents could enjoy. Is that correct?
Well, respectfully, I wouldn't say that the residents can't enjoy them. They will be landscaped areas. They are also serving as bioswale, but they will be landscaped areas that are, and yes, that's a good point. And they will also include some seating areas as well. I think that this is one of the points that I think the consulting architect made when he recognized that some of his sort of perfect world types of suggestions may not be things that can be implemented. Is this is a very challenging site in terms of not just its shape, which you can see from the get-go is a challenge, but in addition, the way it needs to be graded. Because keep in mind that with the regional board C3 requirements, we are required, unlike old development, which includes a lot of Los Gatos, we're required to have stormwater treatment on site before it enters into the storm drains.
So if I could follow up, would it be less challenging if there were fewer units?
Certainly, if we didn't build any units, then it would be quite easy to have lots of open space. But I don't think that would be anywhere near meeting the town's RENA requirements. The challenge is that in order to have this project move forward, we need to have a certain number of units in order for the project to be underwritten. When we reduce the number of units, we render the project infeasible. And if the project's infeasible, then there's no project at all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Well, follow up on that. I was under the impression that you're just meeting the minimum density of our old general plan.
We're actually at the maximum density in your general density.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Ursil.
Thank you. I mean, when I think about this site, some of the things when I first looked at it, and I know it had come up as you talked to each council person, was this was zoned mixed use. And, as I was thinking about, well, should there be amenities there or not? It's walkable to downtown, so it probably doesn't need a coffee shop. And in terms of having like big open space, can you talk me through what the trade-offs would be if, for example, you had more open space? As I looked at each home, everyone has a garage, and I've seen other projects where people don't have garages, the cars are somewhere else, so then the buildings can be a different shape. So, it sounds like the size of a car dictates the shape of the building.
It's a great point, and it's one actually that I've talked about actually just with friends and acquaintances. Ironically, garages are one of the more efficient uses of space, because if you get rid of that garage and you put that parking space somewhere else on site, there's nothing over it, right? You lose 2 stories worth of development. If you keep that as a garage, not only are you getting the parking spaces, but you're getting the use of the air above it as well. So it's actually less efficient to move those parking spaces elsewhere on site.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I think the other thing I thought about is if the units were smaller. I mean, I think what is appealing to me is that these are 2, 3, and 4 unit homes. So these are homes for families. And we've seen other projects where they're much smaller houses, but that may not serve as much need. So I guess going along there, I know I should be able to see this on the plan, but can you tell me what are the bedroom ranges on the low units and on the moderate units? Do they do the full spectrum?
In terms of the BMP units?
Yeah,
yes,
the BMPs.
The mix of BMP units will be comparable to the mix of overall.
I guess to follow up,
2, 3, 4
you're actually
bedroom.
saying there will be 4-bedroom BMPs?
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Other Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. So I have a question for staff on this a little bit later, but I know that there's kind of, as recommended, there are 2 options on frontage, infrastructure improvements, either in lieu fees or, development of bike ped. And so if we're agreed to go the in lieu fee route, I'm just wondering how the path that you have going through the property to the high school connects up with the existing infrastructure of Los Gatos Saratoga Road and Alberta Way. Does that connect up to the existing sidewalks enough to get to the crosswalks and make your way out of the property?
Sorry, was that a question for staff or for us?
For you.
Yes, it will. It will. And in fact, we're doing some improvements to the existing, regardless of whether we do the offsites that you're talking about. We will be making improvements right at the intersection, so that'll ensure that there's connectivity to public sidewalks offsite.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question about the parking. I'm reading a letter from June 6th, which is the one in response to the architect who said that providing additional guest parking would be highly desirable. And so the response was, to meet anticipated demand, the project will provide 35 parking stalls for guests. My understanding is that there are only 20, so were there additional 15 that were eliminated from somewhere?
I don't recall the 35. Can you say which letter that is?
That's a June 6th letter, response to the March 26th Canon design. It's on page 3 of 5. And the response is, to meet the anticipated demand, the project will provide 35 parking stalls for guests.
That candidly was probably it was either related to an earlier site plan, which may not have included the EVA, or may not have included the trail, or candidly it may have been simply a miscount.
So the 20 is the correct number?
20 is the correct number of spaces for guests, surface spaces for guests. I will mention as well that in the course of designing the site, one of the issues that we were discussing at length with Public Works and Engineering was whether the parking spaces that we were providing had adequate backup distance. So it may have been that some of the spaces that were eliminated, if there were spaces that were eliminated, may have been eliminated because they didn't have adequate backup distance.
So I wanted to, again, come back to the guest parking. It seems to be a small number, and it's far away from, it's in one corner of the property. Is it realistic that guests will find their way over to that parking and then find their way over to the proper unit and won't, park parallel park or park on the street?
So a couple of questions there, which I'm happy to address. One is, it may be a little hard to see on the site plan, but the parking is actually spread out. It's not just in one location. There is a location in the southeast corner that has more parking spaces, but there are also parking spaces over near buildings, with my glasses off so I can see, buildings 28 and 29, and there are others various scattered around it over by buildings 20 and 21, for example. And in addition, I would say, yes, we always have wayfinding signs on site. So we recognize that in communities like this, it's not immediately obvious where to go. And we want our guests and our homeowners to have a nice experience. What we've also found, too, in the past, because this isn't the first time that we've offered this type of townhome out to the community, is that it is, even in situations where we have no on-site parking for guests, which is allowed under the state density bonus law, we find that we have lots of buyers who are interested in it. And in a modern era, we find that this is a little bit self-selective, that some of our buyers, they recognize that there's a constraint here. Ones who think, you know what, I got to have room for my guests, they're not going to buy here. Ones who think, oh, you know what, my guests, they Uber and Lyft over. Some of them ride bikes even, if they're kids. We don't necessarily need to have it. And some of them even recognize that, depending on what time of day people are coming over, maybe there's an empty spot in the garage.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about the amenities, and I think Commissioner Barnett asked about that. Is there no indoor common space, no clubhouse, no boardroom? Did I miss something that's on the plans?
No, there's no indoor amenity space like that. That's not something that's part of the town's objective standards.
I see. And could you relate to your other experience in building condominium communities? Do they ever have indoor space or any other common space other than these bioswales?
Yeah, so what I would say in the last 15 or so projects that we have done over the last 5 to 10 years, we have generally stayed away from recreation facilities, rec rooms, because the added cost for the HOA, as we found out, and the maintenance of it is something that our buyers aren't looking to have. So for the greater number of the projects that we've done in the last 5 to 10 years, we have not been including that because it becomes a burden on the future buyers.
And there's no outdoor recreation space either, correct? There's no sports.
Again,
there's
we
nothing.
have approximately 17,700 square feet of community open space, which is a combination of seating areas and passive open space, consistent with the standards.
I see. And so that counts those two wedges at the back of Building 16 and Building 15? Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds right.
So it looks to me like the open space is
yes.
That area that's a bioswale that's on your cover, which looks very nice, and also the one across the street, that's the open space. It's not recreation other than sitting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's more passive open space.
Okay. Thank you. There are other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. We will close the public portion of the hearing, and we will now go to questions. Let's see if we could start with clarifying questions of staff, and then move further along. Are there questions of staff at this point? Councilmember Risto. Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I have I'll actually want to get my colleagues' perspective on this, but I have some questions about the approach to infrastructure improvements on this property that are, in the town along Los Gatos Saratoga Road. As I said in the staff report, the current approach allows for either an in lieu fee or changes to be made on the Los Gatos Saratoga Road there. And my concern is that I see this portion of Los Gatos Saratoga Road as one of the most dangerous in the town of Los Gatos, where Highway 17 intersects Highway 9. And so I want to make sure that as we're adding, potentially 155 homes here, that we're doing everything we can to improve bike and pedestrian safety, and also making sure that we're making improvements for cars too. And so my question is if we move forward with the current approach in the staff report, is there a way to ensure that the dollars are allocated to this area of town? Because sorry to be long-winded here, but my part of my concern is that we have this potential Highway 17, Highway 9 VTA improvement project happening that'll cost millions upon millions of dollars and might not happen for a very long time. But at the same time, we have on the south side of Los Gatos Saratoga Road, on the lanes that are going towards Los Gatos Boulevard, there's currently no bike lane or sidewalk there. And it's very, as someone who rides there, super dangerous. And, that while putting a sidewalk or bike lane there might feel like a sidewalk or bike lane to nowhere, it at least serves these 155 people living here. So I wanted to get staff's perspective on how we're approaching this sort of infrastructure conversation.
Thank you very much. A lot of good questions there. Gary Heap with the town engineer. Let me see if I can start addressing those, and then we can continue to converse as we go. We did, typically for any development project, we want to go ahead and improve the frontage, make sure it's pedestrian accessible. If there's bike improvements that are needed or multimodal access that's needed, we go ahead and require that as part of the project. For a project like this, we would have typically or could and have written the condition to allow for us to require them to build standard sidewalk, curb and gutter along the frontage there. Now, when you look at the project site itself, it is constrained, like you say. People have said it's a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. If you take that sidewalk from Alberto towards downtown, you end up feeding right into a ramp, a freeway ramp there. It's not the safest pedestrian direction to be sending people. If you take them the other direction up the hill towards Los Gatos Boulevard there, that ends up then terminating at the overcrossing and feeds directly into then the right turn lane. Again, not the best place to be taking pedestrians. We could require the project sidewalk to be improved, but again, not going anywhere. We thought it best to give us the option to collect an in lieu fee. Now, taking into consideration that we are requiring, as the applicant said, improvements on site to make sure we get pedestrians to the intersection, and then across the intersection, they are required per the conditions to install new ramps at the quadrants of that intersection to make sure it's fully ADA accessible, because on the north side of Highway 9, you do have continuous sidewalk that does take you safely to the downtown. Yes, you do have the ramp crossing, but it's a much safer crossing than what we would have typically if we were to do something on the south side. It also will take them directly to the Los Gatos Trail Connector, which is going to be opening relatively soon and provide direct access then to the Los Gatos Creek Trail.
Okay, can I ask just one follow-up? So I appreciate that. That's very helpful. And so I guess my sort of reservation is that I fear that this is our opportunity to improve the portion on the frontage of the site, right? Like this is the opportunity to create a sidewalk and bike lane there, and if we don't do it now, it won't happen. And so I guess my question is, how robust of improvements are we allowed to ask or request or require or condition the developer to make, because the frontage of their property ends at the bridge, right? The overcrossing, and so we could I figured that we could require them to improve it up to that point, and then the town would be responsible for creating the rest of the bike and ped lane. Is that right?
If we were to require sidewalk along the frontage, we would ask them to install sidewalk along the frontage up to the bridge, which is the terminus of their site. Taking the sidewalk or access all the way to Los Gatos Boulevard would be extremely different with the existing bridge configuration, unfortunately, because it does limit access, and it is very narrow, that bridge crossing there. We would have to do some significant improvements either to the structure itself or think about some kind of a lane reduction in that area to allow for that to take place with some significant capital project of some kind, which we really haven't scoped yet. I will say that the interchange project, and again, as I previously had responded, I realized I hadn't fully answered your original list of questions. The interchange project that we're working with the VTA on right now does provide full multi-mobility access along the entire frontage all the way across the interchange. It takes the 4 loop ramps
to the boulevard.
It creates takes the 4 loop ramps and creates signalized intersections in a tight diamond configuration, if you're familiar with that. So eliminating the loops creates a much safer environment. It provides continuous sidewalk, and what the current design is calling for and has included is not only an on-street Class 2 bike lane along through there, and again, we'll be working with VTA to figure out a way to get that up the hill all the way to Los Gatos Boulevard, but also sidewalk that's continuous and what's called a Class 4 bike lane in addition to the Class 2 bike lane on street. So we'll have what's in plans currently, Class 4 bike lane, landscaping, sidewalk, and then the Class 2 bike lane, or
I should say actually the class 4 sidewalk, landscaping, class 2 on street. So it's buffered. Both the pedestrians and the class 4 would be buffered with the landscape strip with potentially trees to go ahead and buffer the street and the users of those facilities. Putting those in, and when that project moves forward, if we were to put in sidewalk now, that would be sacrificed and removed and then have to be replaced with the improvements that the VTA is currently planning along that frontage.
Okay, great. That's very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
So a question related to that. At the Planning Commission, there was discussion about the traffic study and the situation there. And what I thought I heard was that things would be fine when traffic improvements were put in, but those improvements weren't funded. Is that correct? And is that the normal way that you deal with traffic mitigation, that you approve a project and then you hope you'll fund it later? Or are some of these improvements put in as a condition to approving a project?
I have to apologize. I'm not sure I followed the line of questioning there. Are you asking about the project improvements that the VTA is proposing, or this project improvements that this developer is proposing?
What I'm recalling from the Planning Commission was that there was discussion about a traffic study and mitigation that would be provided by some improvements. I believe the traffic engineer was part of that discussion.
And for clarification, Mayor, are you speaking about a conversation about the traffic demand management condition of approval? That
Yes.
was okay. And so I can start, and the traffic engineer or the town engineer can jump in. My understanding of that is that the TDM would be implemented after a certain number of units are built, because that's the tipping point of the fees that can be collected to implement that program. The engineers may be able to provide some more details on that, though. That was the realm of the discussion.
So Mike Vroman, senior traffic engineer. Yes, I believe it was because there's VMT impacts. This is consistent with the 2020 general plan. But anytime there's 10 or more units constructed within the town, that necessitates a TDM plan, a transportation demand plan. And so that's a condition of approval, and the applicant will come up with that and provide for our review. But that's one way to reduce trips. But that's addressing the VMT impacts. There were no traffic impacts, and according to the level of service analysis, the town requirements outside of CEQA, there are no traffic impacts. As the applicant's consultant indicated, the number of proposed trips are going to be, I think there'll be an increase of 4 in the AM from what's there now, and in the PM it'll be 26 total trips more, 17 additional trips coming into the site, 9 additional trips exiting the site. So if you went out there and observed, you probably wouldn't notice a difference. So there are no traffic impacts in accordance with our level of service.
Okay, thank you. So when we do see the TDM plan, there may be some mitigations that are discussed at that point?
Well, the TDM plan is how we reduce trips further to address the VMT impacts, which throughout town are significant and unavoidable based upon our 2040 general plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. So first of all, to clarify, the changes or the TDM is due to us trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled, correct? And that's an extra layer. That's not because this project is going to create new traffic issues. Is that true?
Correct. The EIR was done townwide, and so the VMT was considered townwide. And when all the projects are developed within the town, we will have an increase in VMT, there'll be an increase. And so as a way to address that townwide, each project develops, or each project that's applicable will develop the TDM plan. The goal of the TDM plans are to reduce traffic by 15%. and to do it in a variety of ways. Some is to provide better internet access on site to encourage people to work remotely. Some have bus passes. Some, in this case, they're going to provide enhanced ped and bike access from Los Gatos Saratoga Road to the high school and for access for other users. So those are some of the means that and then we'll see further what they propose as part of their TDM plan.
Okay, great. So, and then to follow up on sort of what Councilmember Moore brought up, where if we, as we're looking at an in lieu fee, because as somebody who's only biked that road twice, because nobody in their right mind should do that, you'd rather ride a mile out of your way. It doesn't seem to me like it makes a lot of sense to do small little improvements that then put you in a horrible place. So I agree with that. In terms of the in lieu fee, it does stay tied to that area, correct? And the two projects I thought about that maybe it's already tied to the VTA Measure B improvement of the Highway 17, Highway 9 interchange, because the other improvement that comes up is the bike ped path that goes from Los Gatos Saratoga adjacent and just along the development will come out to a gate that the high school controls, but will also connect to a potential future path that can take people into town. Have we decided where the in lieu fee goes already?
To answer your question, no, we have not. It could go a number of different places. We could look at localized projects in the vicinity that are bike and ped related. There's a number of them that are in our capital improvement project or program right now. Kennedy comes to mind is the next phase after we finish the Shannon bike and ped project. But more than likely, we would probably put that aside for our fair share or our shared cost for the future interchange improvements.
Okay.
But as you stated, we could, if we were to add a project in our CIP to extend the bike path that they're proposing all the way down to Forbes Mill, which is one of the projects in our bike master plan, that is at least what they're contributing could go a long way towards the initial design for that.
Okay, so that's not known, but we do want to make sure that that would really help reduce traffic from that area and increase safety, either of those two projects along Highway 9.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to see if we could take a recess now for 10 minutes. We've gone a little bit longer, but we got into the discussion of access and transit on this site. So I do have questions about CEQA and other kinds of improvements, and other council members may have other questions. So we'll just resume our discussion where we are now in 10 minutes, so at 9:15. Okay, the council meeting is now called back to order, and yeah, there we go. Okay, all right, I'll wait. Yeah, the hotline. Thank you. Back in order, and we are now still in the council questions and deliberations section of this agenda item. And I had a question about the pedestrian access. So I understand that there will be pedestrian access from Los Gatos Saratoga Road to the high school. How will the pedestrians get there? How will they materialize on that pedestrian access? Will parents be pulling in and dropping them off? What do we anticipate and how that will be used?
Thank you for that question. I can start, and maybe engineering can jump in to support. I think the intent is the pedestrians are able to access the continuous sidewalks on the other side of the street, on the Alberta Way side of the street, and then cross using the signalized crosswalk, and then access the pedestrian pathway to the high school that way.
Do we anticipate parents pulling in and pulling to the back of the development and dropping their kids off on the pedestrian path there?
A couple of points. I think it's probably reasonable to expect that some folks will attempt to do that. I would note that if you're in the back corner where that connection is made into the high school, there's a one-way doorway or gateway, so you wouldn't be able to actually access the pedestrian path from that point. The main point of access is out on Los Gatos Saratoga Road. So if you pulled into the site and dropped off along the fence line, you wouldn't be able to get in. You're able to get down that pedestrian pathway, get all the way to the Los Gatos High School fence line, and then get back into the development, but not the other way around.
Oh, so there's a one-way gate?
There's a one-way gate. It prevents security issues should you reach the end of that pathway and find the gate to the high school locked, and it would allow you to get back into the site and not have to traverse back out the other way should there be a security issue. It's also a convenience factor.
Okay, but do you anticipate parents driving in and dropping kids off?
I think it's hard to say for certain, but I'm pragmatically, I think that could be experienced.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So on this, on the one-way gate, so in the morning, can anyone, is it a two-way gate? Is there any sort of two-way, or is it always a one-way gate? So can kids not use it to get to the high school?
Thank you for that question. That's a discussion I had with the applicant, and based on control and security and having sort of passive control, my understanding is that would it always be a one-way gate to get back into the community. So if you lived towards the back of the community, you'd need to walk to the Los Gatos the Highway 9 portion and then circle back into along the pedestrian pathway.
Okay, and so what about the gate that goes into the high school property?
That gate would be controlled by the high school. So that would be locked during the hours that they want it to be locked. I would imagine that during actually I can't speak with any certainty whether that would be a one-way gate when it's unlocked. I would anticipate that it would be two-way because it's going to be providing ingress in the morning and egress in the evening.
Okay, and who ultimately has control over what is decided there on how the gates work?
My understanding that gate to the high school would be controlled by the high school, and that would be their decision on when it's opened.
And the gate on a court is the developer?
That would be the developer, but I think the intent is that that one remains open because you're creating a potential dead end pedestrian pathway, and to avoid a dead end, which can create a security issue, you want someone to be able to get out into the community. So that the intent of that gate is to always be providing egress from the pedestrian path into the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I had some questions about the CEQA review that has occurred for this. Could you describe what, how the environmental impacts have been reviewed for this development?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the initial study was conducted with the eye on section 15183, showing that the environmental impacts of this project were anticipated and studied under the general plan EIR, not directly, but of the overall development anticipated by the general plan. The complication, and you'd note in the initial study it's discussed throughout, is the rescission of the land use and community design elements, which now default to the 2020 general plan. So the initial study was structured and the analysis was carefully looked at using both EIRs for the applicable sections of our current general plan, which is made up of the 2040 elements with the 2020 land use and community design elements.
So if I could follow up on page 12 of the staff report, it discusses CEQA determination, and it says technical studies such as a biological technical report or a traffic impact analysis may be required if a project would result in a potential environmental impact. So, and that's under the 15183 exemption, I believe. So if does the project qualify for the 15183 exemption, and if so, has the traffic impact analysis been completed?
Thank you for that question. Yes, there was a number of technical studies, including a traffic analysis, historical analysis, biological report, arborist, and several others, ESA, all were analyzed under the initial study by the town's peer review and consultants. And those reports were shown to be up to snuff, and the appropriate, what would normally be mitigation measures, were converted into conditions of approval to be attached to the project approval.
So I'm curious about the language in that paragraph, second to the bottom of the page there, that seems like may be required if. Are there additional studies that would be required if, or I don't quite understand that if we say that the studies have been completed.
I can help with that. So the CEQA section that was used is 15183, which is for projects that are consistent with a community plan, general plan, or zoning. And that section provides that if the projects are consistent with the development density established by an existing general plan policy for which an EIR was certified, no additional environmental review is required, except as might be necessary to examine whether there are project-specific significant effects which are peculiar to the project or its site. And so I believe the staff report is saying that under some circumstances, further environmental review is conducted, and there were questions about the traffic, so the town did commission a traffic study.
And I can add to that. So the structure of this section of the staff report is really introducing section 15183 in the background, and that sentence about technical analysis may be required is the general information about that section. The project-specific component is in the following paragraph, which talks about that technical studies, including air quality, greenhouse gas, health risk and energy analysis, biological resource evaluation, arborist, historic, geotechnical, noise, and transportation analysis, all were prepared for this project to analyze any specific project-level impacts. And those were found to be no greater than what was analyzed for the general plan EIR, so therefore 15183 would hold.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I was confused by that first paragraph. Other questions? I had another question about the exemptions. And earlier I asked about whether safety exemptions that provided a safety issue could be grounds for denying a project. And so I wanted to ask about two exceptions that were called for here. One is the reduced width of the alleys to the reduced width of the alleys, which might cause people not to be able to turn around. And the other is the fence on 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road. Do either of those exceptions provide safety issues?
So I will start by saying what the Housing Accountability Act provides, and then perhaps Public Works can follow on. The Housing Accountability Act provides that one grounds for denial of a project is that there is a specific adverse impact to public health or safety. And the term specific adverse impact is defined to mean significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. And so I think you're asking whether or not those two items are grounds for denial of the project. And I think the answer will turn on whether those requirements are adopted, codified, objective standards that the town has adopted.
Well, it seems that they are. I mean, the town has standards for the width of those alleys, and has standards for having fences on frontage. So my question is, are those safety? Do those have a safety impact? Because those exceptions are being asked for.
If Public Works has more information about the genesis of those requirements, that would be helpful. Otherwise, staff or I could look into the history of those requirements at a future date.
And I can add, relative to the fence requirements, the fences, the reduced height allowed for fences located in setbacks adjacent to streets is typically a traffic sight line issue that's codified in the zoning code and also in some engineering standards. There's an exception process for that outside of applications like this. On a site like this, they're asking for fence heights above 3 feet along the roadway that is the Highway 17 off-ramp, which would not, in my opinion, pose any sort of sightline issue because there's no cross streets, there's no conflict points there. And then you have a fence along Highway 9 shielding sort of the backyard areas, if you will, of some of those buildings there. Those fences, while they're in the setbacks, are they're not right up along the street. And I can defer to the traffic engineers whether those would create any sort of line of sight issues relative to the entrance and exit from the site.
Yeah, that's the one I'm referring to. I'm not so much worried about the Highway 17, of course, but the Highway 9, reducing the line of sight, could that present a safety issue to have increased fence height there?
Thank you, Mayor. We have looked at this, the project, and we do not believe that that would create any kind of safety issue with the low fencing there. It is a signalized intersection. The movements are controlled primarily by the signal, so it's not an issue, even if there were fences there, which there are not, and they're not causing any issue that we can see and we've analyzed. If I could address the roadway width and the alley width question that you had. if that's okay. So our standard requirement for alleys is 22 feet to provide for two-way drive access. They are providing 20 feet, which is somewhat narrower than what we typically get. But when we do look at the 22 feet, we typically look at, it's two things we look at. First off, it's circulation in and out, and 20 feet clearly provides, in our opinion, adequate width for two-way cars to pass side by side going in and out of the alley. The other thing we look at is access to the alley and who's coming off of that alley and back out specifically. Because for back out, you do need a little bit more than 20 feet. In my experience and over the years, I've required as much as 24 feet in a back out condition. But when you do look at the back out, that back out is really from face of building to face of building, and you do have much more than 24 foot of back out there. So even though the alley is only 20 feet wide, vehicles backing out of the parking areas or the garages would be able to back out, overhang the back of their cars into the adjacent driveways across, and then provide that safe maneuverability, that three-point turn to get in and out. So from a maneuverability standpoint and a transportation and traffic circulation standpoint, there is adequate width there with the 20-foot alley. Now, when you talk about safety and security, we really look at then the fire department and emergency services to provide comments when it comes to safety and security. We have not seen or did not hear of any comments on this regarding the narrowness of those alleys that was of a concern to fire.
Yeah, thank you. I'm relating that to my experience in driving into the North 40 as it's currently developed, going down an alley and then having to back out because there's no ability to turn around. And my concern, not about fire or anything, but about running over a child who might be playing and not being able to see them because you're forced to back out, you can't make a turnaround. And so I just, wonder, first of all, are these the same width as the alleys that are in the North 40? And do they potentially present a safety issue? I know my own experience was I was not able to do a turnaround having gone down one of those streets and had to back out.
Yes, I'm getting feedback from my senior engineer back here. From what I understand, the project roads in this development here are circular and don't dead end, and so there's not really an issue with backing out. There are some specific alleys that I do recall, I believe, that do have dead end situations. They're minimal. They do provide 20-foot width, as I said, which is similar to what the North 40 project is providing for some of their alley widths as well. Backing out is not, is something that folks have to be concerned with, whether it's backing out, from a parking space or backing down an alley. Typically, alleys like this that provide direct access to garages don't have a turnaround at the end. They just don't have enough space within a development to typically provide that. So if somebody does drive down that alley for some reason, it doesn't belong there, they would get trapped and they would have to back out. They would do that in what I would presume would be a safe manner. To egress and get back to that roadway. But the belief is that, if you've got an alley, the only people that are actually going to be driving down that alley would be the people that would be accessing those driveways. And the applicants may address the question of signage and whether or not we then could also require, dead end, no through pathway for signage at those types of alleys.
Yeah, I don't think we have the opportunity to ask them at this point, but thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions? I wanted to come back to a question that I had about the affordable housing, and was I mistaken that the state law refers to affordable as extremely low, very low, and low, not moderate?
It also includes moderate.
Okay, so state housing. Okay.
Yes.
All right, and then one other question related to that came up in the Planning Commission was the ability of these affordable units to be made available for our teachers, firefighters, et cetera. If I recall, the town's BMP gives preference. And would that carry over and be able to provide some preference for residents in some of those occupations?
I'd have to look into that answer unless Director Paulson's able to support.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, there is a point system for sale units. So there's a number of different categories under our current BMP guidelines that deal with people who live in town, work in town, and a number of other factors.
Okay, thank you. So that might provide a mechanism for some of those units to go to our public servants who live in town.
Yeah, I'll look while you're continuing to discuss whether or not which ones we called out specifically, and then get back to you.
Okay, thank you, because I think that was the hope of the Planning Commission when they talked about some of those units. Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, actually, if I can ask a follow-on question about the levels of affordability. I know that in certain cases, if a project is proposing all moderate, we require X percent moderate, a lower percentage if they're low, extremely low, very low. So how does this work with a blend? I mean, it looks like we're at 20%, so we've got it. But how would this work if, for example, they were all low or very low?
So the town's BMP guidelines would require a 50-50 split if you had a mix between moderate and low. The intent there is that you don't have a project that solely relies on the moderate and starts to include some low. We have the opposite here. We have 16 low and 10 moderate. So we look at that as meeting the intent of the guidelines. And then the other characteristics of the guidelines of distributing them throughout the community in a variety of similar floor plans all seems to be meeting the guidelines.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we've exhausted our questions here. So perhaps council members have comments or would like to make a motion to move this along. We could start with comments. Councilmember Rennie?
So, you know, when I look at it overall, it's a pretty good development. It could have been a lot more dense, which I think would have brought a lot more opposition to it. Most of the opposition seems to be around whether there's an entrance through to the high school or not. There's a little bit of opposition to open space. I think it's not optimal. I know I read the response to the architect mentioning, well, why not make it taller so we could have some more open space? And well, the way they're designed, you would have to reduce units. Making taller doesn't actually help anything because of the space for the garage and the stairs needed to get up and so forth. And I saw all that explanation. So I don't know that there's a way to really get more open space out of this. I would have loved a way to relieve some of the traffic off of Main Street, but that seems unrealistic if the high school's not interested in it, and even if they were, it would create a lot of difficulty for this development, as with all the traffic coming through it. And as even with that gate open, it's going to cause trouble with drop-offs and so forth in here. So as I said, it's a pretty good development. I think the architecture is better looking than some other past projects we've had. I'll just stop there for now.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I generally agree with what Councilmember Rennie shared. I think this project is not perfect and doesn't address all of the wants and needs of us in Los Gatos. However, I think that it is thoughtful, and I think the developer did a good job engaging in community outreach and speaking with people in the community and making an earnest effort to create something that fits the town of Los Gatos. And I think we will be seeing a variety of applications over the next, year or two, and I think some of them will not be this thoughtful in how they choose to develop. One of the speakers this evening talked about the need for developments in Los Gatos to complement and integrate with the fabric of our community, and that the developments need to fit with the character of Los Gatos. And I agree with that completely. I fundamentally believe that any development that is approved by this town council in Los Gatos needs to work to fit with the unique character of our town. But my disagreement with that speaker is that I think this development actually does fit. I agree with the speaker named Gloria, who is a Los Gatos educator who spoke in support of the project, because I think that these sorts of developments will increase housing affordability in our community, and I think that is mission critical. And beyond that, the town of Los Gatos, like every city in the state of California, has been required to plan for new housing units. In Los Gatos, we've been required to plan for about 2,000, and this is only 155. And so I think this is a pretty good way to build 155. I think this development could have been, looked very different for the worse. And so I believe that as the Los Gatos Town Council, we have an obligation to facilitate the development of new housing. I think that is part of our role, and I think this particular development will benefit both our existing residents who may be interested in moving into a development like this, and also our future neighbors who don't live in Los Gatos yet. And I'm one of the 1/3 of renters that lives in the town of Los Gatos who, as it currently stands, does not have a pathway to home ownership in this town. And so when I see this sort of development where these units are likely to go for less than a single family home goes for in Los Gatos, I see a place where I could, see myself potentially living one day in these sorts of developments. And so I think at a high level, this is a good location. I appreciate that the evacuation route was worked in. I really like the walkway. I wish it could be a two-way all the time, but I understand the constraints. And so I'll end with consistent with how our objective standards are written. I believe if we choose to deny this project because of the constraints of SB 330 and the State Housing Accountability Act, we would be in violation of state law and would likely be sued. And I think that we would have to find that this project has a specific adverse impact on health and safety, and I don't believe that we can do that this evening. So I am generally in support of the project.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I don't know if my thoughts are as well organized as the vice mayor's, but thinking about this project and this location, it's been inevitable probably for at least 20 or 30 years that something was going to happen. There's always been discussion of what's going to be developed at the lodge. Quite a while ago, probably more than 10 years ago, maybe 15, there was discussion of if and when something happens, there has to be bike ped access at the very least. And that was something that was discussed, thought of, and sort of embedded. There was not ever a discussion of a road to the high school. And the fact that that wasn't memorialized, and after a project comes forward to now start to talk about it, I think unless the town wants to buy the property, it's really hard to take what's going to be a new neighborhood and say, and by the way, we're going to have a couple thousand high school students driving through. I don't think that really flies. I think it's unfortunate that, maybe if we had planned differently or something else could happen or the topography was different. But I think that given this site is kind of down in a bowl, when I looked at it, I thought it could take a lot more height. That said, townhomes are very desirable, And the fact that these are going to accommodate families, these are 2, 3, and 4 bedroom, and I love the way that the low and moderate income homes are completely integrated into each building. It's not like there's going to be one building to the side that's the low income housing. It just all blends together, which is sort of like what my street is like, where I have different levels of houses on my street. And so you get, you know, a more mixed neighborhood. In terms of some of the, I don't know if you call it a waiver, exception, whatever, the bike parking, I almost think we need to relook at the bike parking that we've decided, because to say that there needs to be one guest space for each unit, that's a very reasonable ask. To the idea of having 150 racks for 155 bikes there, you know, that'd be a great problem to have, but that's not going to happen. So that's a very reasonable request. The other is, I'm actually really glad you asked for a height exception. Going up to 37.5 feet, not even, to improve the architecture and have the peaks. We've had other projects where former town councils have said, 35 feet, that's it, I don't want to hear about it. And then everybody complains about the architecture because you don't have nice articulation at the roof line, and a few more feet on a project that's not immediately adjacent to a single family or 2-story home, it's in its own context, makes a ton of sense, and I think makes this project better. Looking at the parking, you know, I did watch the Planning Commission meeting twice. I read the verbatim minutes. It was super helpful. I do want to thank the Planning Commission for all the work they did, and our staff and the applicants for putting a very complicated project together. But when there was a discussion about the lack of guest parking, it is a lifestyle choice. And when I look at this project, it's not in the middle of another neighborhood where if there's not adequate parking, people are going to spill over into local residences. You can't park on Highway 9. You can't park on parts of Los Gatos Boulevard. I mean, people are not going to move there if they own 4 cars. It's just not going to happen. And so I think, as the applicant put it, it's a lifestyle choice, and people will pick, I want a place that's walkable to downtown. I want a place that, you know, has a shared wall, doesn't have a swimming pool. Most people I know in HOAs with swimming pools hate them anyway because they cost a fortune and they go swim at their club. So I think that, you know, for some of those things, I count on the developer to know what people who are going to buy these homes are looking for and what they want. As a community member, I think what's important is that we thoughtfully fulfill our obligation to the housing element. And this, I think, is a really good project. When we have to plan for about 2,000 homes, 155 doesn't sound like a lot. When I look at this site and I see how many families will be able to move to Los Gatos, I think this is really fantastic. So, yeah, I had a few other things, but, you know, I think the lack of common space, I don't really see people hanging out and playing there. We have parks, we have trails, we have the downtown. So I think with the constraints of the site and the steep hillside and the fact that the residents along Bella Vista who are going to be above here will retain that the trees along there and sort of maintain their sense that they won't really have this project imposing on them is also really great. So I think for everything that worked around here, a lot of boxes were checked. No project can do everything, but I think this project has done a really great job. So I'm definitely leaning toward approving it.
Just wanted to make a couple of comments. You know, I think that in looking at the project, obviously a lot of effort was put into complying with state law and with the town's requirements, and to come up with an application to try to address those requirements. I do see a project where the architectural deficiencies have not been addressed. One where we haven't figured out the safety profile of traffic that could be exiting onto Los Gatos Saratoga Road. Lack of clarity about how pedestrians will magically appear on this property to use the pedestrian path that's occurred, how 20 guest spaces will be sufficient for 155 units. And while I understand the argument about lifestyle choice, I really think a lot of people will not go and count the number of guest spaces when they put money down, but will be very disappointed when visitors start parking, double parking, or parking, parallel parking on streets that are not designed for that. I think there's a lack of meaningful open space. There is an opportunity, and we have often talked about the importance of open space in all of our developments, and here we have essentially 2 bioswales that you can sit and admire but can't be used for any kind of recreation. And all of this is to maximize the number of units. And I think that essentially we are compelled to approve this project by state law. And I hope that the developer works to, in some way, address some of these concerns, perhaps about the guest parking, perhaps about pedestrian access, perhaps about the high school situation. I'm also disappointed that we didn't look at an opportunity to have high school traffic go in and out on the west side of the property, with perhaps not intruding on the private, all of the private roads that are in there. But it is something that we have that seems to meet state law, and seems to be a project that we are compelled to approve. So with that, that's the last of my comments. Anyone have further comments or discussion, or want to move this forward? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just have one more comment that when we get to a motion, I don't know if it's necessary to do this necessarily, but I think pursuant to the conversation that we had about this frontage issue and the bike ped connections, I'd like to include something to the effect of if staff ends up collecting an in lieu fee on this project, that it goes toward bike ped projects in this immediate area would be my recommendation. And if in the next while no projects happen in this area, then it could be moved. But yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Risto.
I realize that's not a motion, but I guess one of the things I would ask staff is if this money, as the in lieu fee gets set aside, if we can have in mind, this would be my approach, if we have in mind that we'd like it to make improvements here, but for example, a really critical project came up in a much shorter time frame where we want to close a funding gap, could it be brought to council to make a decision of, say we find out from VTA the project's not going to, 917 is not going to go forward for 5 years or 6 years, but boy, we have this other thing, and that money will absolutely close the gap for us. I think that would be more helpful than just tying it and saying it can't be moved from there. Is that something that we can put in? Or is that something that would normally happen?
Let me speak to that. The best practice is not to create more restrictions. The funds are already restricted as in lieu funds, and the council would be deciding on allocation of those funds depending on the dollar amounts. And I would imagine here the dollar amounts exceed the $100,000 limit that we have as staff. And so as soon as you start parsing out money, then you have buckets for different developments for an entire in lieu fee program. So I would just be careful about trying to tie the money to a specific project.
Follow on that, the way the condition is currently written, it says the sidewalk in lieu payment shall then be used to pay for future sidewalk improvements or other related multi-mobility enhancements in the vicinity of the project. So right now, the condition contemplates that it will be used in the vicinity. So if the council's interested in changing that, the condition should be amended.
Vice Mayor?
That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, I don't want to overcomplicate anything. That sounds good to me. I think staff has heard our, the interest in improving this immediate area. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Rennie.
It doesn't look like anybody really wants to take the credit for making the motion on this, so I guess I can be the bad guy. As I mentioned before, I'm disappointed we didn't get a traffic relief for Main Street, and the mayor, I think, said west side. I think it's actually the east side, where you would want a road, and it would need to be a road that's not accessible. I mean, like, have to be cordoned off from this community to not affect the community, which would take extra space, which would lose units, and state law basically says we can't require that to occur. That would be the thing for me that would make this so much better project. As has been kind of mentioned, it meets the state law requirements, and this is one of the better state law requirement projects coming to us that basically says, as the mayor said, we pretty much have to approve this. The traffic is as has been told to us, is about the same as the current hotel. If you had a more functioning hotel, it would be much worse than that. So I don't think we're really making the traffic that any worse. So I disagree with some of the comments on that. I think most of the architecture was addressed in a lot of the items. I know you can't be perfect and address all of them. I think overall people are going to enjoy the architecture here. It's, as I said before, certainly better than some of the other ones. We got kind of a compromise on, at least we have an emergency access from the school that can help in emergencies. Again, it's not perfect. I don't think I need to make any more comments. They kind of match mostly what was already made. So I'll make the motion that we adopt the draft resolution in attachment 2 and make the required findings and approve the architecture and site, the conditional use permit, and the subdivision applications and the conditions of approval.
Is that, we have a second?
Yes, I'll second. Is that a complete motion?
Yes.
Second.
I had a question about conditions of approval. There seemed to be a question about the gate being always open. Is that a part of the conditions of approval, that the gate on the development, not talking about the school, but the other one would always be open?
That's not included in the conditions.
Is that something that might be considered?
That if it's the will of the council and if it's something that the developer's interested in.
Councilmember Risto?
I have a question for you, Mayor. Are you talking about the exit gate from the bike ped path? So if somebody approaches from Los Gatos Boulevard or from Highway 9, takes the bike ped path, finds out the high school has the gate locked, that they can use the one-way gate then to spill into the community as opposed to having to back up? That's the only gate I can think of that would always be available.
Maybe Mr. Mullen could elaborate because he was talking about that gate earlier.
Yeah, thank you. That was my understanding of the mayor's question, was that when you get to the end of the bike ped path, right now there'll be 2 gates. There'll be one that interfaces with the high school property and one that returns into the community. I understood the mayor's question about the condition about allowing the one that returns into the community to not be one-way, but to be 2-way.
And I believe that was the one you said would always be 2-way?
My understanding is that would always be 1-way to prevent folks, just to provide an exit from the pedestrian path.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought there was a gate that was going to always be open. Not correct.
I think that maybe the misunderstanding is, when we were having that discussion, is that the high school gate could be a 2-way gate, but that's not always going to be open. the gate back into the community. Is my understanding that would be a one-way gate only from the pedestrian path back into the community.
And that's the way it currently is described? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further discussion, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you for that. And we are going to move right into the next item because we have still a pretty full agenda. So the next item coming up. Oh, yes, council member. We won't start without you, don't worry. I'm just telling the crowd that we will be moving on to item 45, Reservoir Road. And I'll wait until everyone's seated before I announce it. The numbers are not relevant anymore. We're not doing things. It was 11. Yep. We're just, yep. Okay, I do have a couple of cards for item 11. So item 11 is to consider an appeal of a planning commission decision to approve a request to construct a new single-family residence with reduced side and rear yard setbacks, site improvements requiring a grading permit, and removal of large protected trees on vacant property zoned R120 located at 45 Reservoir Road, APN 5293354, and the architectural and site application 522048. So to get started on this, Mr. Mullen, again, if you don't mind, please give us the staff report, and then after that we'll do disclosures.
Thank you again, Mayor. Before you this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision approving construction of a new two-story residence with reduced side and rear yard setbacks located at 45 Reservoir Road. The project site is located east of Reservoir Road and accessed via a private roadway that bisects the property and serves several lots between Reservoir Road and Rogers Street. On January 8th, 2025, the Planning Commission considered the application, including written and verbal comments, and approved the requests. On January 17th, this decision was appealed to the Town Council by an interested person, Mary Vidovich, property owner of 47 Reservoir Road. In their materials, the appellant indicated that there was an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission based on the following points. Side and rear setbacks have been violated, removal of protected mature oaks, too many trees are being destroyed, some proposed plants are fire hazards, questions related to the legality of the lot, and concerns related to the town consulting architect's recommendations. A discussion of each of these points is provided in your staff report. To summarize the application, the applicant's proposing a 1,640 square foot residence with an attached tandem garage in a traditional Mediterranean style. The residence includes 1,287 square feet of below grade square footage and an attached ADU. As a reminder, consistent with state law, the ADU is not the subject of this application. Due to the constraints of the site and the desired architectural program, the applicant is requesting the following exceptions. From the town code, the required 15-foot side and 25-foot rear setbacks, driveway and access roads with a minimum width of 18 feet, 2 required off-street parking spaces relative to their configuration and dimensions, driveway depth of at least 18 feet in length. From the hillside guidelines, grading depths not exceeding 4 feet of cut or 3 feet of fill. Retaining wall heights shall not be higher than 5 feet, and buildings shall be located within the least restrictive development area. And lastly, from the hillside specific plan, that 4 guest parking spaces be provided on site. Discussion of each of these exceptions is provided in the Planning Commission staff report and in the applicant's materials. Staff recommends that the council deny the appeal, upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project subject to the recommended conditions of approval. Staff notes that an addendum and desk item was distributed ahead of tonight's meeting, and this concludes staff's presentation, and we are on hand to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's do disclosures now, if we could. Any disclosures? Councilmember Rennie?
I did meet with the appellant and another neighbor and visited the site. I did not go all the way up the hill to see the second exit. I came in on Reservoir, but I didn't see the exit onto Rogers, I believe it is.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
I visited the site and met with the appellant.
Okay. Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I visited the site. I walked the access road in and out both ends, met the appellant, and yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Badami?
I also met with the appellant, walked the site, walked the roadway, and drove up and down the private roadway. It was kind of an experience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. On February 27th, I met with the appellant and walked the site. So if we could now, we will have let me make sure I get the timing right. What is the timing for each participant?
Thank you. The appellant goes first and gets 5 minutes. The applicant then goes second and gets 5 minutes. Then there's 3 minutes each for public, and then returning to the applicant for 3 minutes, and then the appellant for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So the appellant, you and your team have 5 minutes to address us. Come on up, please.
Okay, I'm Mary Vidovich of 47 Reservoir Road. This lot was created as part of a subdivision of 60 Rogers Street. When created, the lot was essentially unbuildable due to steep slope, averaging 28%, and the roadway occupying much the least restrictive development area. Rather than accept these limitations, the developer relies on numerous, at least 7 of them, development exceptions to make the design work, as stated in the letter of justification. The result is a maximum development with maximum exceptions. Rather than place a priority on making the design work, the priority should be to work within the minimize the development exceptions and accept a more modest structure on the site. Although nominally a 10,000 square foot lot is functionally much smaller, perhaps the equivalent of a 5,000 square foot lot, the plans show the net site area as 4,600 square feet. Instead of having a frontage on a public road and being relatively level as contemplated in the zoning ordinances, this lot is both steep and cut in half by the private road, with the remaining downhill portion too steep to support development without a massive retaining wall. In addition, perhaps a third of the lot will be used for roadway and the turnaround. Any development should be limited to the least restrictive development area on the uphill portion of the lot. The following is a summary of the concerns with the proposed development. First one is the house and the footprint are too large for this lot. Squeezing this large house onto the portion of the lot is available for building requires numerous exceptions to normal development standards and the removal of more trees that can be justified. Is there a way to?
Do you have a presentation?
These are.
Let's see whether staff has that and can put that up. Is that available, or was that, this is something that was just brought to our attention?
That may be in the packet, but wasn't provided as slides to be made available during the presentation.
Okay, so Ms. Vidovich, if you could refer to a page number or something of what you've
Sure, in the
sent
arborist
in, we may
report,
be able to.
24 and 25, these two large oak trees on the perimeter of the property.
Yes.
They're very beautiful.
I believe it's page 1114 and 1115.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Second, the proposed house is much larger than the average of the houses in the neighborhood. Third is inadequate parking. There is a two-car garage that uses tandem parking and only one surface parking space. The development includes an ADU, so this is a two-household development. Fourth, the setback requirements are ignored. The developer argues that it should not be required to meet the setback requirements applicable to the lots R120 zoning. A better solution is to build a smaller house. And fifth, excessively high retaining walls. A 5-foot tall retaining wall with a few feet from the downhill neighboring lot is excessive. The neighbor will no longer be looking at a natural hillside, but will now face a massive block wall. And sixth, the proposed storm drainage appears to be inadequate. Although staff has reviewed the proposed grading and drainage plans, we remain concerned that the natural drainage is inadequate. There is a great increase in the impermeable surface area, together with the removal of over 13 trees, which would result in an increase in both surface and subsurface flows of storm waters. The plans state that the impermeable area has increased to approximately 6,300 square feet, but the plans also show the disturbed area of approximately 8,200 square feet. Flows are directed to the turnaround and then drain into a 100 square foot by 3 foot deep trench. Presumably the water will then percolate underground into the neighboring properties for them to live with. This strikes us as less than optimal solution. Finally, the development requires an excess amount of imported fill. The plans show the need for more than 2,000 cubic feet of fill to be brought onto site. Total fill needed is approximately 3,500 cubic feet, with construction generating approximately 1,400 cubic feet of cut.
Thank you. There may be some questions for you, so hang on.
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Have there been any meetings between the neighbors and the applicant to address any potential concerns?
Not that I know of.
So there's no outreach, there's been no outreach to the neighbors that you've been contacted by the applicant?
I had no idea this house was going to be this massive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at this time, but there may be some later when you come back up. So thank you for that. And now ask the applicant to come forward. And you have 5 minutes as well. Okay.
Is that teed up? Good evening. Gary Colson, architect for the project. I want to address some of the concerns that the appellant has and also reinforce what we talked about at our Planning Commission meeting. This first slide shows the LRDA on the property. The green portion is actually the LRDA that's within the setbacks. We're talking, next slide, please. This, one back. Thank you. This slide shows all the trees and the drip lines, and also just a summary of the conditions of each tree. You can see that the two trees on the bottom of the page are in poor and fair condition. They're not in good condition. Those are the two trees I think that the appellant was talking about. Next slide, please. This is showing the setbacks that are required for the zone, R120 zone. We want to This property is a 10,000 square foot lot, and it's also, the width is 83 feet. Both of those are what you'd have for an R110 lot. We are asking for an exception to the setbacks, which is a fairly common thing to be accepted. Our setbacks that we're asking for are highlighted in the orange, and they are actually more resemble what an R112 or an R115 lot would be. So we're not asking even for what an R110 lot would be, even though this is the size of an R110 lot. Next slide, please. This shows the realignment of the road as much as we could. We're kind of hemmed in on both ends with this private easement. It also shows the proposed fire truck turnaround. We fought hard for over a year and a half to not do a fire truck turnaround. We did a turnout. It was never accepted by the fire department. We had to do this fire truck turnaround. This fire truck turnaround is going to happen no matter what size house this is, and it's unfortunate, but it's the way it's the only way this property is going to get developed. We will want to point out that this makes the whole entire neighborhood safer. This is the only turnaround that's a legitimate fire truck turnaround in this area. I also want to just say that the drainage that we have proposed has been reviewed by the town. It will be re-reviewed with a grading and drainage permit, and all the impervious area that we're capturing will be taken into infiltration tanks, and that water will be infiltrated as stated in conditions 71 and 72. Next slide, please. What we're showing here is we've actually made a slight change in the plan to reduce the size of the front porch. We reduced it by 1 foot, and we made the step a little bit shorter. So in essence, we've moved the development 16 inches off of the road, and that is in this package. The next slide, please. These are just two examples. One is on Cleveland as you drive up, and one is on Rogers. All over this area, everything is right on the road. So the argument that we are too close to a street, too close to a road, it's not in the appellant, but this was just reiterating what the architect, the consulting architect had said, that we were too close to the street. This road is being used by 3 families, and really only one that will pass by this, besides the owner. And then to finish up, we have some renderings to show this one and the next one that show the road alignment and the house. You know, the Planning Commission deliberated on each and every exception, one by one, and they were just stalled. They couldn't give me one direction between them to do anything better or different than what we did.
Thank you. There may be some questions. Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
I actually have quite a bit of questions. When I look at this project, I see a house that really too far into the hill. You're really taking up a lot of the hill, not using the LRDA, hopefully I got the right letters in the right order, because you've got the road there and you've got to build this fire truck turnaround. And so, you know, the first thing that, and when I read through the Planning Commission minutes, I didn't see a lot of challenge in this area, but you're saying that I guess I have to believe you that you really have to have this fire truck turnaround, even though there's a through road. Why do they need to turn the truck around? The first question of the many.
Well, Rogers Road and the turn into Reservoir Road is too tight for the fire truck to make. They are going to be coming up From Rogers, right, Cleveland Rogers Reservoir is too tight of a turn to make. So the fire department is going to be coming up Reservoir, turning on to this private Reservoir Road, coming into our property, making a 3-point turn, and exiting.
Because they can't continue out and go out Rogers, they can't make that turn.
It doesn't meet their standards. They do it, but it doesn't meet their standards. So we were under the impression that we and the understanding that we could utilize that route. And we have a history of our plans for a year and a half that we were pushing and pushing to get the turnout to work, which is usually an exception that you do when you have a through road.
Can you go to the slide showing the fire truck turnaround on it that he showed, headed in blue, big blue square? Back a few. There.
Mm-hmm.
So go forward one. No, the other direction. Going wrong way. One more. Keep going. There. Stop. No, go back. There. Stop. So when I looked at this, I kept looking at it going, why can't you change the shape of this and move the street away from the hill so you can move the house into the LDRA? Then you don't have a rear setback problem. You can potentially make the house narrower so you don't have a side setback problem. I'm wondering, okay, well, could you redesign the fire truck turnaround potentially, let's say, so the truck backs in maybe into the setback between the house and the property line somehow? You know, in other words, change the whole shape of this so you can move the road away from the house, move the house out of the hill, kind of thing.
So I appreciate you trying to raise these issues. We looked at every single thing we could do. The key factor is this is a private road, private easement, and we have a very short distance to make any kind of change in the geometry of this road. Okay, we actually got a concession from our next door neighbor to we actually can modify her area down at the bottom so we can start to curve away from the hill. I suppose we could have done it the other way and curved into the hill, but if you see where the setback line is, in the orange dash lines, that's our front setback line. So no matter where you're moving that road, you're never going to be able to get it to swing to do like a hairpin turn to meet all the standards of everybody's, the roads, in order to create any better buildable space than what we already have today. And that fire truck turnaround is slightly under what's the minimum anyway. So we're actually getting a little bit of a concession from the fire department as it is.
Okay, thank you.
I think there are going to be a number of questions on different topics. So if we could move on to a different council member on maybe close to this topic, and then we can come back through. Does anyone have anything else regarding the road or the turnaround or any of that? Vice Mayor?
Oh, I have a utilities question. That feels like the next step away from the road. Okay. So, general question: why are you choosing not to underground the utilities?
You're asking me about the electrical?
Mm-hmm. The PG&E power lines.
The PG&E power lines. Yes, that's a hot topic. Obviously, it's not part of what came up from the appellant, but it is something that we are doing. So just in short, there's a power pole that's right in the middle of the property. That has to move. So we've identified a location where we can move that pole. It aligns the wires from the pole up towards Reservoir on Ms. Vidovich's property, and it aligns it with the pole on the other side of Irene's property at Ann's house. I'm using their first names because I don't know the addresses. So that to underground the entire thing was cost prohibitive. Even to do this is very expensive, to move the poles and the wires. We are going to underground from the new pole to our house, as is the two properties above us. Emily and Kia and Irene and Tom already have, they're going to underground from us. So we have 3 undergrounds. In an ideal world, you'd have the power poles at the perimeters of these properties. Maybe, maybe not, because there's trees around in the perimeters as well. There's trees all over these properties, and there's always going to be a conflict with the power lines in the trees. We are working actively with PG&E. We don't want to have to take down any trees. We're fighting them. We're fighting the arborist findings. We have lots of emails to back that up. We think that they are being overzealous, but it's the world we are in today. But to answer your question, it was cost prohibitive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Question for the mayor. Are these preliminary questions before public comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. We will take public comment, and then you'll have an opportunity to come back. There are quite a few areas that we need to cover. So let's, at this point, take public comment. And I have several cards here. Besides the appellant and the applicant. And so the first is Sarah Conover, Paul Paspa, and then those are the only 2 that I have. So Sarah Conover, are they here? Okay. Paul Paspa.
Evening. Excuse me. Evening. I'm Paul Paspa. I live at 49 Reservoir Road. We share the easement with 47 and 45 and several other homes. I prepared a number of things for today's presentation, but I think Mary did a very nice job. And frankly, I understand the constraints of the property, as I think Gary has expressed. I think the one thing that I still have a hard time with, though, and I think I want to try and make clear, is that we've heard from the town that it's a 1,600 square foot home. And that's a 1,600 square foot floor area. And I think we all understand that floor area and the size of a home, when most people think about a size, I don't think anybody who owns a home knows what the floor area is, but everybody who owns a home knows just how many square feet of interior living space they have. And so this may be a home that on paper is truly 1,600 square feet in terms of its floor area, but the house itself is, in terms of internal space, including the garage, is over 4,000 square feet. The garage itself is 450 plus square feet. And so the actual interior space, which is what most people would consider the size of a home, is 3,550 square feet. And that's a 3,500 square foot house for a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, 2 bedrooms in the house and 1 bedroom in the ADU. That is a fairly large house. And so when we looked at this in the planning department, it was surprising to me that with all the exceptions that were granted, no one considered the fact that this actually truly was a big home. It's not a small home. If it was a small home, I think requests to make it smaller would probably be inappropriate. But in this case, I think there's actually quite a lot of room to reduce the size of the house, still have a home that's comfortable for the property owner, and not have all these setback exceptions. And to provide a little more context, I did take a look, and I apologize I didn't share this because I didn't know we wouldn't have an overhead, but I did look at 7 of the homes in the area and just did Red Finzilla to take a look at how big they were. And if you average all the homes that share the private drive that are within the same lot size as this house. Now, there's no homes that are 10,000, have a lot size of 10,000 square feet. Many are twice that size. But if you just do the average for the 7 homes that are in proximity of the 45 Reservoir Road, the average house in terms of living space is 2,200 square feet. We're talking about a house that's 3,500 square feet. And so And actually, the biggest house of all the homes that are nearby is 3,081 square feet. So this house is actually bigger than the biggest house, and it's over, I can get my notes. It is 1,336 square feet larger than the average home. So there seems like there's a lot of opportunity to scale this home and not have setback exceptions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I guess I just have one quick question about the numbers that you ran, because typically when we get numbers from staff, it doesn't take, the cellar space into account, which is part of, what we do. So for the other homes that you were comparing this to, you're saying none of them have cellar space?
I have no idea. I know that.
Did you count the garage space on those?
I know that the floor area can never be larger than the total square footage.
Okay, but as you're comparing it to the other houses, as you were giving us the comparable square footage?
I don't have the information on floor area for those homes. I just know that the size of the homes in terms of what's published in the public domain.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami?
Along with the question that I asked Mary earlier, has there been any attempt by the applicant to meet with you as a neighbor to address potential concerns?
I don't know when it was, Gary, you reached out half a year or more ago, and I think at the time my response was the house is too big, and I think it's still too big. So yes, but that was quite some time ago.
Thank you.
So I had a question. One of the ideas, I think, that was posed by Councilmember Rennie, which occurred to me also, was the private road and the location of the private road so close to the home, and could it be moved to the far end of where the turnaround pad is? And so you are one of the owners of the private road, is that correct?
Yes.
And would you be opposed to rerouting that road to if that were the plan?
And to what end?
To move that road away from 45.
So there was more room between the road and the home?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I don't have any other cards. So with that,
We have one speaker on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you.
Kathleen?
Hello, my name is Kathleen Watson, and I live right below Mary. And we have been living at 56 Cleveland Avenue for 37 years. And I just wanted to mention some of the issues that have alerted us that this could be a problem with building a 3,500 square foot house. Let me get my points here. Hold on one sec. Hold on. Sorry about that. So we have been living in our house for 37 years, and some of the concerns we have are the hillside's instability. If the trees are removed and the hillside is carved out of the hillside, and we have lived here a long time, our house is sliding down the hill. Our neighbor next door has one little spigot of water that comes down from the site of where Mary lives down onto our property, and we have a river forming in the gutter, the waterway, along with lots of mud. And so in this last big rain, the water was like a river in front of my house, and I couldn't get to my mailbox, and there was mud in there. And also our house is sliding down the hill, and we're having to deal with that. In terms of the protected trees, I'm concerned about why there is a protected tree ordinance in the town if they're not going to be protected. And the thing about oak trees is that they absorb about 100 gallons of water a day during the rainy season. So if you multiply that by 3, that's 33,000 gallons of water per winter. And we're below, so all of that is going to be coming down onto our house. We live in a historical section of the town. Our house was built in 1883, 85, and we have enjoyed for 37 years this canopy of trees that are growing up above us by Mary, and the charm and character of the original old Los Gatos will be disturbed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We only allow 3 minutes, but if there are any questions, I don't see any. So thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else remote?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. So now we will go back to the applicant for 3 minutes and possible questions.
I think if we could put the slide that Councilmember Rennie asked for, that one. Awesome. Okay. I just want to address Ms. Wagner's concerns that any trees that she can see from her property are being protected and not being impacted. I also want to dispel some facts that the appellant put out. We are not bringing in and cutting and filling all as much as she was using. The numbers, we are exporting 1,000 yards. It would have been more if we didn't have the fire truck turnaround that we can actually use some of that excavation to put in there. But we did speak to all the neighbors on numerous occasions. You can't go down that street without running into a neighbor, okay? We've talked to them about trees. We've talked to them about clearing the brush. We've talked to them about realigning the road. We've talked to them about the electrical because there was no easements on here. Never any easements. We had to obtain all of the easements to make this a valid and viable project. We spoke, as Paul said, I spoke to him. We spoke to Mary, we spoke to Irene, we spoke to Emily. We tried to speak to Anne, and she never made herself available. We did a lot of talking to these neighbors. It's a small street. It's a tight area. It's a tight neighborhood. I get it. Nobody wants to see a house here, but we have a right to build a house here. And to make it a little bit smaller is not going to change the impact of this house. So if you make it smaller, how much smaller is small? This is a 1,600 by code, 1,670 square foot home. It's not that large. As far as underground utilities, my client is willing to pay for her share in her property, but that means buy-in from the other neighbors, from Mary, from Irene. Irene has flat out said no. She won't underground it. If Mary wants to underground from her pole to our property, we'll pick that up and we'll take it to our pole. So we'd be happy to do that. And if that saves a couple trees, that's awesome. It's great. Gets the wires out of our way too. That's what we wanted to. The fees, the PG&E said one thing, and then at the end they said something completely different. So I think you can see the position where it's tough to get a house here, but what else are we going to put here? And where else are we going to put it?
Thank you. There may be some questions. Councilmember Rennie.
I did have another issue I held off on before. One thing that concerns me is actually the town requirement of tree replacement. It says in the report that you're going to be required to put in 32 new trees. When I look at this, I can only guess that you're going to basically stick them in the setback all around the house. And I'm sure that you're familiar with new fire hardening standards and so forth. And this sounds like actually a bad idea to replace 32 trees around the house to make sure that it catches on fire when the next fire comes through. Am I off base here, or is this a ridiculous requirement? In terms of fire safety.
In terms of fire safety, choosing the right tree would be wise. We are open to doing in lieu if we can't fit the trees on there. Considering this is the new requirement, which was brand new. It's happened since the LA fires. So if we can't fit all these trees on there, we will do our best to screen it in other ways. The trees that are on the neighboring properties are remaining, and so there's already some trees there. We want trees. We want to have that, but if we run into pushback from a fire standard, then we won't put those.
And I realize this really is not relevant to an appeal or not, but if something changed, I think we as the town, we have this requirement. You take out trees, we make you put 4 trees in instead. But when we're starting to get into the hillsides and thinking about fire safety, we may need to rethink whether this makes any sense or not, and whether we're making things worse. So this was an opportunity for me to kind of bring that up, a little tangential potentially from the appeal.
It almost goes into the in lieu conversation we had on the previous project. Is there a way, if we paid in lieu fees, could we get those trees planted within the vicinity of the property? Rather than a street tree, in the North 40.
Right. Okay, thank you. Other questions? I have a few questions. I'm looking at page 7 of the staff report. It looks to me like there are currently 10 exceptions that are being requested. And do you agree with that, or do you want me to read them?
I thought there was 7, but if you
well, some of them are multiple, so
okay.
Setback 15-foot side is one. 25-foot rear is another exception. And the cut and the fill are both exceptions. So I count 10. And Mr. Colsack, you've done a lot of projects in town, a lot of excellent projects in the hillside. Have you requested 10 exceptions for a hillside development before?
No, I haven't.
So, okay. Do you think that it's possible that some of these exceptions might have a safety impact, such as reducing the setbacks or reducing the driveway length or the driveway width, or some of these that are not aesthetic but may have somewhat of a bearing on safety of the resident, particularly given the wildfire threat?
I'll be completely honest with you. I have no concern about any safety issues of any of these sections that we're requesting. As a matter of fact, this home is going to be built to the high WUI standards. It's going to be a more fire-hardened house than any house on the street or in this area. We're creating this fire truck turnaround, which is one of the exceptions, is the fill. That's where we have the fill exception, is for the fire truck turnaround. Okay, the cut is behind the house. It's a minimal exception. All of these are so minimal, they just added up because of this. It's such a small property. It's not really a hillside property. It's an R110 lot in a mixture of R110 and R120 properties.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I had another one about the ADU. I know we're not here to review the ADU. That's reviewed separately. There were comments that the ADU could turn into a master bedroom. Is there anything that can be done on the main application that we were looking at to prevent that from becoming a master bedroom for the building?
It's an ADU. It meets all the ADU standards. It has a kitchen. It happens to be attached, which is allowed in the code. I'm not sure what I'm not sure. What are you suggesting?
There were public comments that said that that was likely a master bedroom, and as you know, the ADU by its nature is not being considered with the view requirements, and other hillside design guidelines and standards don't apply. And so if it were to become part of the house through a back door, is there anything to prevent that from, in the way that the house is being constructed, to keep that from becoming an ADU, from the ADU being converted to a bedroom?
Let me just explain the ADU. It's Mrs. Anyway, my clients, I have a hard time pronouncing her last name because I was pronouncing Agahim, but it's Agahian. Okay, and it's been only 2 years, so I feel really bad. So Agahian. Her mother has just recently immigrated into the United States, and this is designed for her mother. As far as I know, ADUs are totally acceptable for family members. So she will have a full suite ADU, full ADU. That's for her, and the rest of the house is for Farnaz. And it happens to be connected so that she can keep an eye on him. But she's still a very independent, healthy woman who wants to live a very long life.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there's other questions. Yes, Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, so on the ADU, I thought that a second-story ADU or an attached ADU had to have a separate entrance, and you couldn't connect them inside the house. You have to enter the ADU from the outside.
It does have a separate entrance.
And is there a connection on the inside?
There is a connection on the inside, which is allowed.
Okay.
But there's also a separate entrance on the outside and a separate pathway. We have a staircase and everything.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, I have a general question for you. Why have you chosen to build I understand the issue with the rear setbacks and the grading and the turnaround. Why are you requesting an exception to the side setbacks?
It's a very tight house. We have we even had to do a tandem garage, so the garage didn't take up the whole elevation. You can't take up more than 50% elevation. If we would have done a 2-car garage, we would have eaten up 50% of this elevation. We would not have had an entrance. So we're finding after many attempts that we needed just a little bit of elbow room. It's an 83-foot wide lot. When you take 30 feet of it away, and you have this very small area, it's very difficult to get a reasonable house. And we again, I've done this in the past on projects in town, where we have a substandard lot per the zone, and we've been granted exceptions every time we've asked. This is all over town, and all over this area, there are setback exceptions that weren't granted. They just happen to be there. You see them all over. buildings, houses, safety problems right on the property lines. We're still well within code standards.
In one way, I understand that, and in another, I think, fundamentally, I think that we have to scrutinize homes that are being built in the hillsides, especially strictly. I think we really have to make sure that this is something that is safe and reasonable. And so I'm not wanting to judge your choices here, but you're telling me that you can't deal with the setbacks, but there is a large spiral staircase in the middle of the home. And so I think that you've made design choices, which are fair, but then we have to scrutinize those choices and understand the balancing act here. And so I'm having a hard time understanding the justification for the setbacks.
The certain rooms want certain spaces, right? Absolutely, you could probably design this house a little bit narrower, but you'd be forcing to compromise the garage or other spaces. And again, we looked at this holistically. We're not creating any safety issues at all, and I know that's one of your concerns. We're asking for 2.5 feet and 2 feet side setbacks, portions of it, not the entire property. If you go to the slide, it actually shows how minimal it is that we're asking for.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, seeing none, then we will move back to the appellant, and the appellant has 3 minutes.
So I'm wondering why the trees, if the house was made a little bit scaled down, why these trees couldn't be saved that are part of the character. There's too many trees being destroyed, and they're really beautiful. They're can make the house more valuable, and they provide shade and fire safety. They're beautiful oaks. They're not quick growing fire, juniper, pine, or whatever. They're oaks that keep the area moist. They're part of the habitat. They should be preserved. I think there should be more care taken to protect these trees. I mean, they're big, beautiful oak trees, and the house just needs to be made a little bit smaller to save these trees. And I think that's really important. The other thing is the trees that were already clear-cutted out for the central part of the house, they're supposed to be 4 trees that were planted as replacement trees, and they're dead. They're supposed to be maintained for 5 years by the owner, and they're just been disregarded. So I'm wondering why we're not caring about these trees. Most of these trees that are being taken out are on the perimeter that the house was just scaled down. They could be saved, and they're really nice. And it's also too close to my trees. The arborist report says that the trees are supposed to be protected from the diameter, like 8 to 10 diameters to where the house is, and my trees are too close to where this house is going to be. So my trees, the roots and everything, are in jeopardy. I mean, pretty soon we'll just not have any trees. It's just going to be, and then the house catches on fire, and the houses are too big and too close. I think there's going to be things that happen down the road that could be prevented.
If you don't have any other remarks, we can ask you some questions.
Okay, perfect.
I had a question about the trees. You referred to trees, and Mr. Colsat showed a diagram, and it looked like conveniently there were no trees where the house was going to be built. You've been there for a while.
Over 35 years, yeah.
Were there trees removed from that lot and, seemingly in preparation for building a home at that spot?
Correct. And the neighbor below, that's the reason why the neighbor below sold their house, is because they didn't want anything built there is going to disturb their house, and they were going to have problems.
And so I observed 4 trees that had been planted on the other side of the road that looked like they were dead. Have they died recently?
2 were down below. They died right when they were put in, and then 2 are above that have been completely wiped out, where the PG&Es started to underground the power lines.
And
on that side.
Is that since the current owner has owned the property that those trees have died?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, they know. I told them that those trees are supposed to be protected. That they're supposed to be the replacement trees. They shouldn't get permits, or it shouldn't be moving to the next step until those are correct. Those violations are corrected.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had on the trees. Anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Because this house isn't going to have any trees. It's just a structure.
Right. So thank you for your comments. We have taken testimony on both sides of this issue, and so we will now close the public comment, and we will move to questions for staff and potentially moving forward with a motion. So are there questions? Councilmember Badami, let me try starting at that end for once.
Well, actually, I don't have questions. I have comments because I've been fairly quiet. So if I could make some comments. All right. It could be kind of a question. So this home is very well designed. I mean, it just is. The issue is, does it fit within the constraints of the site? And I think that's the question that we all have to ask ourselves, maybe including staff. So I look at the objectives of our hillside development standards and guidelines, and it's to ensure that projects are designed to fit with and avoid site constraints. These hillside standards also talk about standards versus guidelines. Standards are considered mandatory, non-discretional regulations that must be followed. And it also says site characteristics and constraints may not allow a specific site to achieve the maximum density or intensity otherwise permitted by the zoning ordinance. So then you go further through these guidelines and standards, and you get to the constraints analysis, and it talks about locating buildings within the least restrictive development area, the LRDA that we struggle with. And it says to avoid hazardous building sites, and those are slopes in excess of 30%. And we're going much further and beyond that, and my concern with steep slopes is the fire hazard, because when you get a wildfire, and we are prone to wildfires in this area, that anything on a steep slope, the flames speed 1.5 times quicker than if it was on flat level ground. So that makes it hazardous for me with the slope. I realize you've got a constrained site, that you've got a really small area that has an LRDA for you. I can see where you have to extend beyond, but I think the question is, what's appropriate? I look at the site planning, and now we're getting into the cuts and fills that are also, you're needing an exception because it's in excess of the allowable feet that's contrary to the objectives of the hillside design standards and guidelines. Also, the fire hazards, it says building locations shall be selected and designed to minimize exposure to wildfires. But most importantly, you get to chapter 4, and it talks about development intensity. And it says, achieving the maximum floor area is not guaranteed due to individual site constraints. The priority is to comply with the standards and guidelines rather than designing to the FAR. So that's where we have this great below-grade square footage as a means to provide hidden square footage in lieu of visible mass and give somebody some extra living area. With the hillside design standards and guidelines, the goal is to minimize building bulk and mass and kind of reduce some of the grading and just fit in as far as compatibility goes with the neighborhood. And again, one of the standards, and again, this is non-discretionary, buildings shall be designed to minimize bulk, mass, and volume so as not to be prominently visible from a distance or from surrounding properties. Well, that building is right there. I believe you need to have a home on this lot. I don't object to that at all. You have a right to build there. It's just, even the town architect, it's just a viable alternative is a smaller building footprint, and maybe a reduction in volume just might be a better fit for this site with all of the constraints, and would avoid the council having to make 10 exceptions that we really don't like to do in this wildfire-prone environment. So again, I'm just going back to that question. You ask questions, we all have to ask ourselves, what is appropriate here given the constraints of the site? Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Before I get into the other issues that I was also grappling with, I have a question for staff because I watched the Planning Commission meeting and read the verbatim minutes, and I realize the town council can sometimes do almost anything they want, but my understanding was we're hearing this appeal and looking at each of the merits of the comments by the appellant. And so are we being, the Planning Commission approved this project. So what I thought we would be doing is looking at the issues that were brought up by the appellant who said that the Planning Commission erred and determining each one of those. So if you can talk me through this process, because I may not have the right mindset at the moment.
Yeah, I think the appeal language says two things. It says the town council is to determine whether there was error or abuse of discretion on the part of the decision-making body below. And then second, whether the decision was supported by the evidence. And if I remember correctly, the appeal language also says that it's a de novo hearing, so the town council can hear whatever evidence it wants.
Okay, so I guess to clarify, so basically we can just rehear this whole thing and make our own determination.
But your determination should be based on the fact, it should either be that there was an error on the part of the Planning Commission or the decision is not supported by the evidence.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, I won't go deep into it, but I mean, as I read the staff report and the reply to each one of the objections, I felt like the Planning Commission had addressed those issues. And when I looked at this lot a lot. I walked on the lot. I have to say that I'm really happy in this case that we had story poles, because there would have to be some really amazing rendering and almost a 3D model to understand what the lot looks like and what the house looks like. And so walking up there and seeing the story poles, I walked up the hillside, I stood inside the story poles. I personally don't think a 1,600 square foot house is excessively large. I think that the setbacks are meant when you've got kind of uniform lots, and this is about as ununiform of a lot and neighborhood as you can get. I looked down the hill, you can see into all these yards. The topography allows you to see all these strange different shapes, different size houses, and so there's nothing uniform about this area, including the access road. So I was trying in my mind to mentally pick up the story poles and move them around and say, okay, could you move the house here? Could you move it here? This darn access road really, I think, messed up the whole site. You can't do anything about it. It kind of bisects the property. It takes the place where it would be the easiest to build a house. I think fire is top of mind for all of us, but then that means that a whole other part of this property is taken up by a fire truck turnaround, which makes it even more problematic to try and figure out a house. So when I was looking through the exceptions, I feel like if you look at this property, there's going to have to be exceptions because it doesn't look like anything that anyone would have in mind when they were setting up setbacks. So I looked at the side setbacks, and if you go beyond them, you know, if you ask for an exception, are you suddenly putting your house 3 feet away from someone else's? Because there are other projects where somebody wants to have reduced setback, but it puts them 4 feet away from their neighbor's house. There's plenty of room all around this house. It's not apparent looking at the lot where the property lines were. So as I looked at it, I thought, well, if you move it over, what does that do to the setbacks? You know, the grading, a lot of this has to do with the fire turnaround, and that's just not anything you get to have a decision about. So I think that by virtue of the fact that a house is going to be built here, there's going to be an improvement for fire truck access and turnaround. It's hard to imagine paying for all of the PG&E pole moving and putting in the fire turnaround and then saying, but you can build a 900 square foot cottage or something. And I think the LRDA is actually 266 square feet. So, you know, you can't build a house on that. So clearly it was going to go outside of there. So those are the things I was thinking about, and I was trying really hard to see which objection came up with that was presented where I thought the Planning Commission erred, and I wasn't seeing that. I did have some concern about how are you going to fit 32 trees. I understand that there's concern about potential flammability of fast-growing trees that would be against the retaining wall. I think that will have to be worked out by staff. But, you know, I don't have my mind made up. I want to hear what other people say, but I kind of came into this looking at each of the complaints and finding a hard time finding that the Planning Commission hadn't addressed those. And that's what I viewed as my job.
Thank
but
you.
I can change my job.
Town Attorney wants to say something, and then we'll go to Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. I'm sorry. The de novo language I was thinking of relates to appeals of design review committee decisions to the Planning Commission. And so when a Planning Commission decision is appealed to the Town Council, the standard is that the appellant bears the burden to prove that there was an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission. If neither is proved, the appeal shall be denied. If the appellant meets the burden, the council shall grant the appeal.
Is there also something about additional information in that code section?
It says the council shall grant the appeal and may modify in whole or in part the determination from which the appeal was taken, or in its discretion, return the matter to the Planning Commission. If the basis for granting the appeal is in whole or in part information not presented to or considered by the Planning Commission, the matter shall be returned to the Planning Commission for review.
Right, that was the part I was talking about. Go to Councilmember Rennie and then back to Councilmember Badami.
I just had a quick question to make sure I understand. When I look at the house, so this is about what's violating the setbacks. On one side of the house, there's a light well for side setbacks. The other side of the house, there's stairs up to the ADU. Are those counting as violating the setbacks, or is it to the roof line, or where's the violation?
Thank you for that question. The setback exception is measured from the wall plane, so the stairs and the light well are not considered in the setback exception.
Okay, thank you.
Badami.
I just need clarification from the town attorney, because when I read page 2 of the staff report, and it talks about pursuant to Town Code Section 29.20.295, and I think we addressed this at a previous appeal, that the appellant bears the burden to prove there's an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission, or the decision was not supported by substantial evidence in the record. So are you saying now we don't pay attention to the second option, the decision's not supported, that doesn't apply here?
So 2920-295 says prove that there was an error or abuse of discretion as required by 2920-275. And so then when you go back to 275, let me read that. It cross-references 275, and 275 says the notice of appeal shall state specifically wherein it is claimed that there was an error or abuse of discretion by the commission, or wherein its decision is not supported by substantial evidence in the record.
That's what I'm asking. So that is something that we could look at.
That's
after
correct,
all.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for clearing that up. Okay, I had a question. Some of these exceptions, do some of them relate to safety issues, such as setbacks, as driveway width and things like that?
Thank you for that question. I think looking at a lot that is as constrained as this one is, and this requirement for a fire truck turnaround, which is directly related to safety, that consumes much of the building area. It pushes the development envelope up the hill and into the hill, which is directly driving some of the exceptions.
Okay, thank you. I guess this is for the town attorney. I was listening to the Planning Commission report hearing, and I heard Councilmember Thomas ask the question about whether a project can be denied because there are too many restrictions. And what I heard, and maybe you could clarify, is that if there are exceptions, then a project may be denied.
Yeah, I think if you're asking what the reason would be to grant the appeal, is that the question? 'Cause at the end of the day, the decision-making body has to be able to make all the findings for having approved the project. And so there are various findings for the different approvals that are being sought.
So my question is, why not tell the Planning Commission that if there are exceptions to setback requirements or other exceptions for public safety, then the project may be denied? Why not clearly tell them that?
I'm not recalling the conversation that you're mentioning at Planning Commission, but.
Well, I went back through, I listened to it, I read it. Vice Chair Thomas's question was about, can there be too many restrictions that would prevent someone from building on their home? And it seemed to me the answer would be that if there are exceptions, particularly exceptions relating to safety, that those are valid reasons for the Planning Commission to be able to deny a project. And I don't believe they were told that. I think they were told something, about a high bar for economic reasons and things like that. But
I remember the question about the takings, but if I had been asked the question that you just posed, I would have answered it by saying that it goes back to the findings. Can the decision-making body make the findings that are required to grant the requested exception?
okay, so yeah, this then comes back to the grounds for granting an appeal. And in reading that, I don't think that the Planning Commission was given clear information that they could deny this application. In fact, it seemed as though they were being given the impression that if there are too many restrictions, you can't deny because someone can build has a right to build on a property. And so it seems to me that not every property can accommodate a house of any size in any location. And when the exceptions are being used to accommodate a house of any size in any location, then there seem to be some grounds for denial, and this information should have been provided to the Planning Commission when they were considering this. So that's where I'm getting to the issue about information that the Planning Commission didn't have. I wanted to go back to the LRDA and ask staff, what is the LRDA and why is it there? Why is it in the very first paragraph of the section that talks about constraints?
Thank you for that question. So the LRDA stands for Least Restricted Development Area. As part of when you go through the process that's laid out in the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, it's part of the site analysis and the constraints analysis that should be performed on the front end of a project to really identify the areas of the property that are most suitable for development. So some of the things, the most typical one is the 30% slope limitation. Other items that are included in the constraints analysis are tree drip lines, water courses, geologic features, mudslide areas, all those kinds of things can be mapped. On a project like this, we're looking at 30% slopes and we're looking at tree canopies. That's defining the LRDA. And on this property, there's very little LRDA and it's fragmented.
And so I looked at the drawing of the LRDA that Mr. Colsat provided. What percentage of the proposed home is within the LRDA?
Offhand, I don't know. If you give me a minute, I can return with that answer.
Okay.
Best of my ability.
And looking at it, it looks like it's a very, very small percentage.
I would agree that it's probably in the 10% range. It's just the back sliver of the property.
And I know that exceptions can be granted for a home to be larger than the outside of the LRDA, but in almost every case that I've seen, the majority of the house is within the LRDA, but there are reasons why a portion may go outside. This seems to be the exact opposite, where a very small fraction is within the LRDA. And it just doesn't seem to be in line with anything that we've approved in the hillsides.
And I think we're certainly looking at a very constrained lot. There's a provision in the hillside guidelines, I believe. I'd have to hunt it down. But when we're looking at lots that don't have any LRDA, there's some almost automatic provisions for allowance for development. This has LRDA where the roadway is and on that back portion of the property, and then fragmented throughout. But so it's not exactly that circumstance, but there's very little LRDA, especially when you then plot in the required setbacks and the roadway and take that area out.
So I had one more question, and that was, again, going back to the Planning Commission, and Commissioner Barnett basically asked the question, does the town have any jurisdiction over the location of the private road and the distance between the private road and the home to be constructed? Does the town have anything regarding private roads and how close they can be to homes, including regulating the width of those homes, those private roads?
Thank you. I recall that question, and I'm looking at it in the verbatim minutes. The town doesn't have any provisions in the code that require setbacks from private roads. I think in this circumstance, you have a private road, if we want to call it a road. It's a private driveway, private road held in easement by multiple property owners up and down that stretch there. So no, there's no setback requirement in this town's code from private easements.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vadami.
So I happen to have the hillside design guidelines here tonight. back to my planning commissioner days. So I think what we were trying to locate is the standards for selecting the building site. And that goes back to what I was talking about, standards versus guidelines. Standards are considered mandatory, non-discretionary discretionary regulations that must be followed. So you looked at selecting the building site, standard number 1, locate buildings within the least restrictive development area. Then you read 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you get to 6, and it says avoid hazardous building sites, building in areas with more than 30% slope or areas containing soil with poor bearing capacity, slide potential, fault rupture zones, and other geotechnical or fire hazards shall be avoided unless no alternative building site is available. Now, I realize, there's very limited LRDA. So I can see an exception, for going above and beyond, but I still think this home has to be smaller for the site. It's not fitting within the constraints of the site due to the number of exceptions that we would have to give. I'm sorry, it's a beautiful home. It's just too big for the site. And I'm also paying attention to what the town architect said, who also stated that that would be a viable alternative to reduce the volume and have a smaller building footprint.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'll chime in with my thoughts. I'm actually, this is absurd because we've talked about this for a long time, but I'm actually somewhere in between what Councilmember Badami and Councilmember Risto shared. I generally agree with everything that Councilmember Badami shared, that, this is a well-planned house, but it sort of doesn't fit right at its current scale. However, we are not the Planning Commission, and I empathize with what Councilmember Risto said about, I do think that the Planning Commission adequately evaluated, all of the things that we're discussing here. So I'm a bit torn.
Councilmember Rennie?
So I'm leaning a little bit unusually towards the side of the Planning Commission erring, and where I see the error on the Planning Commission is not exploring, as we've done tonight when I've read through the minutes, I didn't see them exploring ways to reduce all of the exceptions, reduce the setbacks. There was lots of discussion about the setbacks, but I didn't hear them ask any questions about, can we move the road? Can we put the fire truck turn around in a different place? I didn't see them ask about, can we make the house narrower? When we asked the questions, I got, good answers from the architect. I don't know that there's really enough time to really explore whether it could be a different design, but I didn't see the Planning Commission really put effort into exploring, could we reduce some of these requirements? As I mentioned before, could we pull it further into the LRDA? I don't think they did that. Maybe the answer is no, you can't, but that's where I see their error was not exploring ways to reduce some of these exceptions.
Just as a comment, I would agree. I think that the Planning Commission really looked at this closely, but I believe that maybe they didn't explore some of these because they were under the impression that, like the earlier application that we had, that they're compelled to approve things even if there are exceptions, and even if some of those exceptions might provide safety issues. And so, I would, if we have to choose between error and abuse, I think it's more on the error side, but I think that it's due to not being given correct information about the basis on which they could deny an application, and that this is, information that was not presented to or considered by the Planning Commission. And so I think, they did the best with what they had, but I really would have a very hard time approving this project in the way that it is. You know, as Councilmember Moore said, we have to really scrutinize all the development in the hillsides given the fire challenges, and we have to be maybe a little more strict than we had been in the past in granting exceptions. But clearly this one has more exceptions than anything I've seen. And so I would have a very hard time approving it. I would have a very hard time approving something and knowing that the private road is 18 inches from the house. There were quite a few things that I would just really be uncomfortable with, given the safety profile that we really need to be looking at in the hillsides. I do think that in a totally separate area, we may be looking at zoning and building requirements in the hillsides. But I think it starts with enforcing the ones that we do have, and I think that this one, unfortunately, does not meet the standards. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I mean, I think when I look at well, first of all, I don't think we're being asked to approve this. We're being asked not to, or we're being asked to overturn a decision or not. But I realize that would, by definition, be approving it if we don't overturn, or if we don't accept the appeal. When I'm looking at all of the exceptions, about the only thing you can really do is change the side of the house, which would really only change the side and rear setbacks, which, in my opinion, are the least difficult or problematic exceptions. I think that should be that should not be such a hard thing to grant. Looking at the houses around there, this will probably be the most fireproof house as it's built. In terms of the LRDA, I mean, unless that road didn't exist and it were proposed and it could be moved on the neighbor's property as well, I don't see any way to move this road without creating impossible turns for a fire truck where it jogs out someplace, because it's a narrow enough property and it has to connect to the other roads. So if there were some magic way to move the entire road forward or move it backward and put the house on the other side, but that just doesn't seem possible. So I'm having a hard time saying that you can't build a house here, and whether it shrinks by 100 square feet or something, I think isn't really going to change anything material about this. It's still going to be on a steep slope. There's such a tiny slice of LRDA on the upper part of the hill that, I mean, it's all contained within the house, but you really can't build a house just there. There's going to have to be that exception. So I'm just not seeing any way on this lot to be able to allow a house and to not have exceptions.
Vice Mayor?
And it seems like we're getting to somewhere, but I'll just share that I'm fine. I would be fine with granting some exceptions on this. I just feel that the scale is a bit much, and so I think if this were scaled down to better fit with our guidelines on this, I'd be much more comfortable with it.
Councilmember Risto.
If it's allowed, can I ask a council member a question? So to get really theoretical, if you scaled the house down, which exceptions would go away?
I think the side setbacks.
Okay, thank you. And then those are the ones that I thought were the least problematic, but I was looking to see if there were others. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bodami.
So we have to remember that this was not a unanimous decision by the Planning Commission. It actually was a 4-2 split vote. With that, I still go back to the objectives of the standards and guidelines. And it does talk about building a home to fit with the site and avoid site constraints, and that site characteristics and constraints may not allow a specific site to achieve the maximum density or intensity otherwise permitted by the zoning ordinances, which is why we have below grade square footage. With that, I'm going to try a motion. I'm going to move to have staff prepare a resolution to grant the appeal, remand the application back to the Planning Commission with specific direction. That direction would be to reduce the building footprint in consideration of the LRDA and reduce the volume. I'm open to other suggestions if council members would like to add to that. I understand that you are going to need exceptions, and I'm not taking that away from the applicant. I understand it's a difficult lot, but I'm also taking into consideration the town architect's input on this as well.
Second.
Okay. I have a comment that I think that would be clear direction that could move this forward, and that there's no intention to prevent building on this site. It's clearly, in my mind, that the home here needs to be safe, and it needs to be safe in our hillsides, and that that this direction will move this forward. So I will support the motion.
One suggestion, if that's the council's direction, I recommend that this item be continued so that staff can prepare a draft resolution that reflects the council's decision.
Do we normally do that if we just remand it back to the Planning Commission?
The typical process, to my understanding, is that we would return, per the motion, we would prepare the resolution to grant the appeal, to remand it back to the Planning Commission, and return to council to put that on consent for adoption, and then we would take it back to the Planning Commission.
Okay. So, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. And I mean, this is a very, very difficult decision. I'm not going to be supporting the motion primarily because, you know, I just kept looking at that lot, and it's really hard for me to imagine any type of house there, that any kind of change that can be made is going to increase safety. I don't think that any of these exceptions cause more of a safety problem than scaling the house down by some small amount, and I don't think there's going to be any way to move the roads. But, you know, I respect the decision of my fellow council members. I just can't support this motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1, so recorded. So thank you for your attention on this matter, and we will take a break. Again, we are getting close to the end of our agenda here, but we still have an item that I think is going to take some time. So I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break and come back and yes, go ahead.
I'll make a quick motion that we go no later than 12:30.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Passed unanimous. The council meeting is now called to order, and we will discuss item 16660 Cypress Drive, the appeal for that, a continued item. And so the way the process is going to work is that we will hear from the town code compliance officer for 5 minutes, and then the council can ask clarifying questions. Then we'll hear from the appellant, who will also have 5 minutes, accompanied by their counsel. Then we will hear from members of the public who will have comments regarding the correspondence of December 13th. And then the town council will ask clarifying questions, and then the appellant and the applicant will each, the appellant and code compliance will each have 3 minutes to address any concerns raised, providing clarifying information. Then we will close and we will ask questions, deliberate, and render a decision. So hope that makes sense. We will now consider the appeal.
Mayor,
yes.
a question of the attorney.
I'm sorry. It's possible the mayor was about to say this, but the hearing is limited to the December 13th, 2024 and January 16th, 2025 correspondence from the appellants.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I was just about to read that. So this is a consideration of an appeal that's continued of an administrative citation issued for building code violations at 16660 Cypress Drive. This is a continuation of an agenda item from the January 21 Town Council meeting. This appeal was continued in order to permit the Town Council to consider December 13, 2024 and January 16, 2025 correspondence from the appellants. Please note that this hearing is only to consider presentations and public comments related to the December 13 and January 16 letters from the appellants. The appellant and code compliance officer will have 5 minutes to present information in support of their position, and as I said, 3 minutes to respond. So let's go now to the town's code compliance officer, Alan Meyer.
Defer to Special Counsel Lance Bear.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Lance Bear, Special Counsel to the Town Code Compliance Division. I will be brief, and I will address the December 13th letter that was prepared by Attorney Richard Harris. I have reviewed that letter and would submit that it does not have merit as it relates to this particular code compliance case. In the first argument that is made by Mr. Harris, he claims that there was an agreement that bars the town from taking code enforcement action. And I did argue that previously to the council at the previous council meeting. But I do want to add that a careful reading of the email correspondence back in 2019 by then counsel to the town, Lynn Lampros, and Mr. Harris indicates not an agreement, but simply correspondence in an attempt to reach some sort of agreement or some sort of way of putting the case on hold. But in any case, the town expected, even back in 2019, to bring the property into compliance. The second argument that was raised in the letter of December 13th was actually addressed by the town in setting up the hearing this evening. The argument was that there was required under little known case that there was a requirement of having a hearing before a Board of Appeals. And the town does not have a Board of Appeals, and the state law allows for the town council to hear the matter in lieu of a Board of Appeals. So that has been addressed. The next argument is that the statute itself, the ordinance itself, in some way does not allow for enforcement because of the way it is drafted. But I do want to add, in addition to the response that I gave previously, that our ordinance code, as it relates to the building code that is adopted by the town, makes it unlawful for any person, firm, or corporation to erect, construct, alter, extend, repair, move, remove, demolish, or occupy any building, structure, or equipment regulated by that code, or cause the same to be done. And as indicated in the hearing by Alan Meyer, it appears that all of the work that was done that was not in compliance with the code was done since the time that the Deffenbaugh took ownership of the property. And finally, there was an issue raised that said that the property is a historic site and that some of the structures are legal non-conforming. The burden is on a property owner to establish that a property is legal non-conforming. And there's nothing that has been presented to the council that would indicate, first of all, that the structures were legal at the time they were built, or that they were legal non-conforming and cannot be subject to enforcement. And with that, I thank the council and conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions from the town council? Don't see any, so thank you for that. And so next is the appellant. You have 5 minutes, I'm sorry, 5 minutes from the appellant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Josh Maltzer. I am here in place of my colleague Richard Harris, who is on paternity leave, and I am attorney who Deffenbaugh. I want to begin my statement today with an update to the Town Council based on some questions that this body asked at the last hearing. The first update is that the Deffenbaughs have now submitted their comments to the technical questions from planning, and the Deffenbaughs structural engineer, TS Engineering, has submitted, and we have confirmation of that from Ms. Walters at planning regarding the retaining wall and grading. I want to make it very clear for this body that the Deffenbaughs are committed to bringing their property into compliance as it is required, and the Deffenbaughs are being diligent about that in submitting and working with the city to obtain the permit for the retaining wall and the grading, and that is in process, and the Deffenbaughs are doing that. The next, and by the way, we want to make clear also the Deffenbaughs have spent more than $100,000 for this process to work with the city to obtain these permits and to work with planning, and the Deffenbaughs want to continue to do so. The next thing I want to address is the issue of the structures. This is an appeal of the administrative citation VL 19362. And the administrative citation is for a fine of $11,100. But more than that, it's for the demolition permit for 3 structures, including 3 accessory structures and obligation to get the permit for the ADU as well as the retaining wall and grading, which I've already addressed. Now, these are very, very extreme issues, calling for the demolition of structures on the Deffenbaugh's property. And with respect to those structures, with respect to Mr. Bayer's interpretation of the emails, there was an agreement in 2019 to stay the enforcement of the permitting process for these structures, specifically because of the property line setback issue. Now, 3 of these structures, the reason that they cannot currently be permitted, which, by the way, the Deffenbaughs want to make sure that they are permitted properly, but the reason they cannot be permitted at this point in time is because there is a pending litigation regarding the property line. There is a dispute about the property line. And because the property line is in limbo until this litigation is resolved, which hopefully it will be this year, the setback issue cannot currently be resolved. And that was the reason for the stay. Now, I understand the court process does take some time, but we're talking about demolishing structures here. And these structures, the issues that have been brought to our attention by the city can be easily remedied except for the property line issues. And if the court case resolves as the Deffenbaughs anticipate, and the remedy is an adjustment to the lot line and the setback, that will no longer be an issue. Mr. Deffenbaugh will then be able to immediately and very quickly obtain the permits and make sure that all of these structures are brought into compliance. If the court case resolves that not in the Deffenbaugh's favor, for those structures that the city has identified as not being able to be resolved because of that property line issue, Mr. Deffenbaugh will demolish those structures. But that decision cannot be made until the court case resolves. And if this body forces that issue before the resolution of the court case, that will cause extreme prejudice to Mr. Deffenbaugh's court case, and it's simply not necessary. It's not fair to Mr. Deffenbaugh. It will cause prejudice, and this body will be responsible for that, and it's not necessary to do that at this time. Mr. Deffenbaugh is committed to bringing these structures and the wall into compliance. And I know I'm at the 5-minute mark. I will reserve some time during the remaining 3 minutes to address the remainder of my request, but I do have a request for this body, and we also have some objections about the hearing process.
Yeah, you can use that 3 minutes as you like.
I appreciate that,
so
Mr.
thank
Mayor.
you for your presentation. We will now hear from members of the public, and I have 2 cards here. The first is Scott Watson.
Hi there. I'm Scott Watson. I'm Ted Deffenbaugh's neighbor. He sued us 6 years ago. We won on all counts. His counts were all denied by the judge. The judgment...
Sir, if you could address us, that would be better.
I'm sorry. The judgment includes tearing down offending structures that he's built on my property, including those covered by the citations that are subject to this appeal here. Now, I want to be clear that the trial there's no question about our property lines around the structures he built. There's been numerous surveys done. None of these structures are near any boundary that has any question around it. Now, there may be a question about a boundary far away from those structures, but it is nowhere near the structures that these citations have been issued for. So, he hasn't done any of the remediation required by the judgment. He hasn't paid us any damages that have been required by the judgment. Now, I want to point to, in page 1,350 of tonight's document package, The town attorney at the time, Lynn Lampros, she clearly notified Ted in November 2018 that fines escalate to $1,000 a day per citation for knowingly and willfully violating code. So let me quote from an email that Ted sent me in 2017. This email is part of the public record. It's in the town's records. This is the quote from Ted. I talked to an architect, and for all practical purposes, he said getting anything built on my property was going to be a massive undertaking. I can fill you in on the details, but Los Gatos has clamped down on allowing us to do stuff with our houses in the hills, end quote. Ted was aware in 2017 of Los Gatos requirements, so he, knowing and willfully violated town code when he built these structures. Now that's $1,000 a day violation. 5 years has passed. That's like 1,800 days. If you do that times 6 citations, that's, the math is simple. It comes out to be $10 million is what he should owe the town for not following through and addressing these citations for this period of time. All we're talking about for the $11,000 is 5 days, September 9th through September 13th of last year. 5 days, $11,000, when he owes the town and the residents of this town far more than that.
Thank you. I have another card, Ivy Chang.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ivy Chen. I'm the neighbor of Diefenbach. I'm here to support town staff. Please adopt the resolution to order Diefenbach to pay the fees. The December 13 document, Exhibit A, confirms that town will post the code enforcement if Mr. Diefenbach applied the permit timely in 2019. 6 years later, it is confirmed there's still no permit. Therefore, the town can legally proceed the code enforcement. And here we are today, and they are complaining Mr. Diefenbach don't want to pay the fee in the December 13 document. So it's just like someone go to a restaurant and order a bunch of the food and then say, oh, it's too expensive, I don't want to pay. And you, town, just like the owner of the restaurant, you get to decide who is going to pay what he ordered. Because the fees occurred, you can decide someone to pay the bill because he ordered, or you can decide to sneak in the bill to the other table because who check your receipt when you pay in the restaurant? Just like the residents outside, they don't know what you are going to decide today. The town staff is telling you the fee is occurred. Mr. Diefenbach don't want to pay the fee, then he should just respond to the staff from the day one. When staff is nicely contact him for 6 years, and this is the second citation we are reviewed today. It's not first one, it's second one. So the fees occurred, so it's either he pay or we residents pay. And you are the one to make the decision. We voted you, town council, to spend our money smartly to the city to make the town better, not being nice to the individual. And there's no reason for you to waive the fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to speak?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so we will close the public comment portion. Town attorney want to make a comment?
You're probably about to announce that it's the rebuttal time for both the appellant.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So the first, the appellant has time to rebut, and so if you'd like, come forward, and we're happy to listen to what you have to say.
The town council, I need to start off by saying there has been a substantial amount of inaccurate and false information presented to the council, both in the papers, documents, and in the testimony today.
I think we might be losing your microphone a little bit.
I cannot possibly respond to the substantial amount of inaccurate information and unsubstantiated evidence has been presented to the town council in the time that I'm allotted. I have objections to the due process of this hearing. There's the selective enforcement of the town council, the lack of opportunity to examine information. We still have not been provided any new documents from the town attorney or the town council. And we have significant objections that the town attorneys prosecuting this administrative action may also be providing advice to the town council, which would not be appropriate. I'll conclude today by saying that, you know, the issue here is really one of what is the purpose of this hearing? And I think the purpose of this hearing is to decide whether this is an appropriate forum, whether this is what we're trying to achieve here by the code enforcement ordinances, whether they're being appropriate applied to every town, every resident of this town equally. And in this case, I think the answer is clearly they're not. The decision, the potential to enforce a very draconian, extreme measure of forcing the Deffenbaugh to demolish structures on their property when these building code issues could be resolved in a much less extreme way. Is the town enforcing these types of measures equally? The Deffenbaughs previously in the last hearing identified that their own neighbor has a life safety risk retaining wall that we do not believe the town has cited in any way. And clearly the town's inspectors who are on the Deffenbaugh's property viewed that retaining wall, viewed those issues, also viewed a structure that is on the property line that would be the same issue that the town is citing the Deffenbaughs. And we do not see equal enforcement in that way. What we're asking for is a fair and equitable process to evaluate these issues, and we don't believe that's been done here. We do request, based on the evidence presented and the town's burden of proof, that the town cancel the citation, work with the Deffenbaughs to achieve the permitting of the retaining wall and grading, and stay the issue on the demolition permit and any further fines related to the structures that have everything to do with the pending lawsuit and the property line.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie has a question.
So I'm struggling to connect. You keep talking about stopping the demo of the structures, but that's not what the question is here. The question is whether they should pay the fine for all the time that staff has spent trying to get them to bring these things into compliance. So help me connect why you keep telling me about stay the demos.
So there's a couple of issues here, Councilmember Rennie, and I appreciate the question. Thank you. The fine for $11,100, first of all, we don't believe that the citation issued, the administrative citation, actually has been violated as drafted. Secondly, with respect to that fine, it's unclear why it's $11,100. The Deffenbaughs were served with the violation on September 16th of 2024. The citation itself seems to be fines for many days prior to September 16th, 2024. We're not exactly sure how that number was calculated. And just on the face of it, the Deffenbaugh don't believe that the citation is accurate and enforceable. But the issue with the demolition, the citation itself says that to bring the property into compliance, the Deffenbaugh have to demolish 3 structures on the property. And if they don't do that, if they don't obtain the permit for demolition, that the town could issue new fines. And these could accumulate while the lawsuit is pending. And this would just be such an inequitable result, and essentially would be allowing this body to be weaponized by one town resident against another who are in the middle of civil litigation, by utilizing the town to fine and enforce, to try to force an action that will prejudice the result of a civil litigation.
So you're if I could continue, Mayor.
Yes.
You coming back to the lawsuit that may or may not be resolved once, and I guess it's probably an appeal, but was numerous violations from almost 6 years ago that aren't related to that haven't yet been solved. And that seems to me where the staff time that they're trying to, effectively they're trying to charge you for staff time to correct something starting 6 years ago that no progress was made on. So for example, the retaining walls doesn't have anything to do with the lawsuit. There was other issues in the accessory units, besides whether they were on the property line or over the property line. There was incorrect electrical, unpermitted other items in there that were never addressed either from 6 years ago. So staff had to spend a lot of time trying to move this forward, and it hasn't moved forward. So how do you justify not paying staff's time for effectively no movement?
Appreciate the question, Councilmember Rennie. The Deffenbaugh admittedly have taken some time to address the retaining wall. There's been a number of issues, and I believe those were briefed at the last hearing and in the papers. Those range from COVID to the civil engineer not being responsible for some time to some personal family issues with the Deffenbaugh. We don't need to go into all of that here. The bottom line is the Deffenbaugh absolutely want to bring these into compliance. They have submitted responses to the technical questions, and they want to work with the city, work with the town to move forward. And they are absolutely committed to doing that. With respect to the structures, the Deffenbaugh do dispute some of the cited violations. It's very unclear from the citation itself exactly what is being identified as problematic. Deffenbaugh certainly dispute the issue of whether the accessory structure that's 124 square feet has electrical. It does not. The accessory structure next to the historic ADU also does not have hooked up power. There are a number of other issues, and I mean, I could go into them point by point, and I would be very happy to do so, but the bottom line is the citation itself, which is very unclear and doesn't exactly describe what the violations are, plus the evidence that's been presented as part of this hearing, the Deffenbaugh's dispute. And so we're unclear exactly how the fine got calculated, what the fine's for. With respect to the retaining wall and the grading, that is being addressed. And if the goal is compliance here, that's the Deffenbaugh's goal as well. We want that to happen.
Thank you. We want to make sure that we stick to the questions and the answers that are relevant to those questions. So I don't know if are there any more questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much. And so we will now hear from code enforcement, and that will be the last before we close for deliberations.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. First of all, I want to point out that some of council's comments on behalf of his clients go beyond the December 13th letter and are attempting to reopen and relitigate what we presented at the previous council meeting. And I believe that we could go back through all the evidence, but I believe the council has heard the evidence and it is beyond the scope of what we've been asked to do. First of all, I would like to point out to the council that although something was submitted by the Deffenbaugh to the town regarding the grading and retaining walls, what was received, according to Mr. Gray, our building official, is incomplete. And I would ask him briefly and very briefly to explain what are the incomplete areas of the application that did not address the specifics of 2 previous sets of comments that were sent to the Deffenbaugh.
Thank you for the opportunity. Robert Gray, Chief Building Official. We did receive a resubmittal from the Deffenbaugh. The last set of documents was received yesterday on the 4th. And so, of course, staff has scheduled that for its extensive review, as we always do with any resubmittal of those documents. I took a brief look, as well as Ms. Walters from the Planning Department, took a brief look to make sure we had the items that we needed to do the review. There is a set of drawings that does depict some retaining walls and the structures. The structures are omitted. Any information is omitted from the structures, noted that they are due to litigation. And there's other documents that wasn't requested that was added to the documents.
Thank you. And I also want to add in conclusion that we are not dealing with demolition of structures as the main issue here as far as the accessory structures. These are buildings that were built without permits or remodeling that was done without permits, and we have the right as a town to take enforcement action in order to bring those into compliance in whatever manner is appropriate for the code. But nothing was done in order to bring these into compliance after all these years.
Thank you. Are there questions? Okay.
And I do want to remind the council, there are 2 draft resolutions, one from the old packet and one from the new packet. So there is a new draft resolution, and it does contain that the matter was continued to this day, and that's in the current packet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, the council will now deliberate on the appeal. And please note that the council may choose to uphold the original citation or rescind the citation. The town council may also choose to add administrative costs to the amount of the penalty. And so I would ask whether council members are prepared to deliberate, have any questions of someone who is not one of the presenters, and or would like to move forward a motion. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Trying to continue from the last meeting, there is nothing new that I learned from the email that, we unfortunately missed prior to our last hearing on this, and so this was continued. It didn't provide new information. Going back through everything, our staff did an unbelievable job using Google Earth, doing inspections, showing the sequence of construction without any permits at all. And so I'm not really finding myself in any different place than I was before, that we have non-compliant structures, we have grading that was done without a permit. As a property owner in town, I understand everything about what we have to do for permits, and I think our staff has just put in so much time that I would have a hard time waiving anything here.
Councilmember Badami.
I echo those sentiments, and I'm going to try a motion that I move to adopt a resolution in Attachment 6, upholding the administrative citation and imposing costs according to proof.
Vice Mayor?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Don't see it. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. No opposed. Passes unanimously. Thank you for bearing with us. We still have 10 minutes on our time tonight, and so we can move on to... Yes, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, I was just going to say, I feel like we should do both of these items, 8 and 9. One of our commenter for 9 has been here for, the entire evening, and so I think we should extend until 12:45. I move to extend until 12:45.
Okay. We have a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes. We are still in session until 12:45. And so now we move back to what was formerly, or what is number 8, which is parking, staffing, and time limits for downtown. And so is there a staff report?
Good evening, Council. Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. I can be brief, given the hour. This item proposes 2 issues related to our parking program. The first one is related to staffing. You may recall in August of 23, you asked us to add staffing to the parking program. We came back in April of 2024 and recommended that we use Dixon Consulting Services. We have been using them. They've been wonderful. And I think that the program's really moving along nicely now. So we are now recommending that in lieu of adding staffing, we continue to use Dixon. And the reason we wanted to bring this forward now is because if council agrees with that staff recommendation, we will operationalize parking and put it into the Parks and Public Works operating budget that we're going to propose in April. So that is one of the items. The second item is a cleanup resolution. We've realized that we've been making some modest changes in the timed parking downtown for quite some time without having codified it. So the resolution just is a cleanup item. We will be coming back throughout 2025 with various changes and tweaks to timed parking and different residential permit parking programs. But right now, we're just trying to get the playing field leveled. And the only thing I would note is that there was a desk item issued today that includes what is attachment 3, which is the actual resolution that you want to adopt. And the only thing that changed was a slight revision in the actual map of the parking areas. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions at this point? See any, so we will open public comment. I don't see anyone here. Is there anyone on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment, and so we will now go back to council for questions or their opinions, or moving this forward with a motion. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I had brought up some things. I just want to highlight them. I think this is great, and I think it's really, Dixon has such a deep understanding of parking and of our parking, so I think this is a great way to get this work done, and I appreciate it's been moved into Parks and Public Works. With the map that we have in the areas, I'm happy to, have this resolution go forward. What I would request is that at some point, staff could take a look at some of our other parking areas. And so, for example, the loading zone in front of Los Gatos High School, whether that's the right location, because we're asking students to bike to school on bike lanes that literally have cars going in and going out at the same time they should be riding, which I think creates a really unsafe situation. So whether that loading zone should be there, that loading zones are 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon. It takes up valuable parking. I wonder if those can be confined to 1 hour each. With school starting at 8:30, maybe the loading zone should be 8 to 9, but maybe there's a reason it's 2 hours long. The other things that The other thing that I thought of is along the side of the post office, all of Montebello Way, and as you go south on South Santa Cruz Avenue, south of Broadway, the east side of the street has a whole bunch of angle parking that's all 30-minute parking from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The post office isn't open then. I don't understand why we are taking up very valuable parking with so many 30-minute slots that really can't be used. So if that can be looked at in the future. And then there was the last one. Oh, and then I know Edelin and Miles Avenue are 24-hour day resident only. These are public streets. I don't know how that came to be, and I don't understand why Miles and Edelin, if you're not a resident, you can never, ever park on those streets. So if that can be revisited. But otherwise, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Any other comment? I actually had one question first. On page 4, it talks about if the need arises, staff would find the most appropriate method for delivering those services, be it via Dixon or another consultant. And my question is, if another consulting firm provided these additional services, would Dixon still be willing to serve in the staff augmentation role that they're in? Or would be precluding really using another firm?
I think it's hard for me to envision a time when Dixon couldn't provide us the service. But I think if that were to come to that, we needed something that they couldn't provide, we would have that conversation with them and figure out how to move that forward. I think when I think about that, I think if we had staff, as staff, then we would need either Dixon or other consultants to help us manage parking.
Yeah, that makes sense because this sounds really like a staff augmentation role. And so, yeah. Okay, ready for a motion?
Okay. So first of all, I will move to authorize staff to contract ongoing parking management support services. And I move to adopt the resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos establishing parking regulations, including time limits, date and time of enforcement, and parking permit exemptions for public parking areas downtown and in the Olive Zone.
Vice Mayor?
I'll second and quickly add my comments. I agree. I just want to say I agree with Maria on the Montebello Way item in particular. I've parked there quite a bit and have found that I'm constantly moving my car. And then on the inverse, I actually think near the high school, like when I go to Cafe Dio, I find the 2 hour to be very convenient, but is what it is. So just threw that out there. And I also just wanted to say I hugely appreciate you bringing this forward. I think this is we were so well-intentioned with the parking coordinator, and I think this is the right way to do what we were trying to do. So thank you.
Okay, yes.
I would just like to clarify that you're adopting the resolution as presented in the desk item.
As presented in the desk item, including the updated map. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a motion and a second, and I don't see more discussion, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. And we will take our last item and hopefully can do it justice. I have to apologize for the late hour of this. We will probably try to do any large development applications in a special council meeting so that we don't have the situation of holding people or having people who want to speak about that first. So, but at this point, we'd like to get to item 9, which is the work plan for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. So, yes, Ms. Nomura.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. As I'll make it quick, so the DEI Commission has recommended the attached work plan in attachment 2. Staff agrees with this recommendation. Something you will notice about this work plan is it includes discussion only items with no staff time allocated, and these items are particularly broad, and they are language directly taken from the DEI plan. And this was all intentional so that the Commission found that they needed broader topics to explore more ideas that they hadn't quite framed concretely yet in a specific way that we could then analyze and say whether or not we could support that or support it with staff time. And so this will allow them to continue their discussions freely while also we know what staff is going to be contributing to. So thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. I had a question. In the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, there was a lot of discussion about the above-the-line work plan items and the below-the-line, which are called discussion only. And they pointed out that some of those items were really not discussion items, but they were items that the Commission felt that it was within their purview and would not require any staff time. Have you given any further thought to that and whether the terminology for discussion only is the best one for that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. A simple fix could just be we can label it no staff time allocated and not give more description if that's concerning.
Just looking, and I think we'd have to discuss this with the whole council. So thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open public comment, and hopefully we have someone who would like to speak.
Good morning. Gordon Yamate from the DEI Commission, and actually I guess I'm speaking in my own personal individual capacity. I really didn't have any prepared remarks tonight. I just wanted to be available in case you did have questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Vice Mayor.
One quick general comment. So I noticed that a lot of your work in the last year has been on the restrictive covenants, and I think that's a super important topic, and I'd like to see the DEI Commission continue having those conversations and doing, educating the community in particular about that item. And so I wanted to hear from your perspective if you feel that the Commission, under this current work plan, has the latitude to kind of continue that work.
I believe the strategy, as we were advised by staff, was to keep it under the broad category of educating the community about prior inequities, injustices, etc. I have every intention to continue work on that item. In fact, I met with one of the authors of not the Color of Law, but the subsequent book on basically remedies to correct the problems that were caused by restrictive covenants.
Thank you. I just want to share how much I appreciate your work on that. I think that's one of the most impactful projects that you all could be working on, and it's I just think super important. So thank you.
So I did actually prepare specifics on what we're doing on this, and again, it went into our package, but and I thought we actually voted on it, if I'm not mistaken, but I believe it's just covered under this broad umbrella of education.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No more questions, and thank you for sticking around. Do we have any questions or comments about the work plan for staff before we move to adopt a work plan? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I fully support the work plan. I think it's great. I'm glad that after some back and forth that the commission and staff got on the same page. I think that's super important for all of our commissions to have to be at least aligned. And so I think that's great. The one thing I wanted to mention is that I think this is probably the best opportunity to bring up the fact that under their work from last year, the DEI Commission did pass 2 resolutions, but the one that I'll specifically reference is on racially restrictive covenants. And I think at some point it would be helpful for the council to provide at least a conversation, if not direction, on that. I think that the DEI Commission continuing to educate the community on that, I think, is a super impactful, tangible project. And so I just want to share my support for that work. I think it's really sort of addresses the core of what the DEI Commission was created to do.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I support that as well. I know that our museum has done some work along there, and I really appreciate the work that not only the commission but Chair Yamati has done in this area. The whole discussion of restrictive covenants came up in our housing element and was something that needed to be addressed. And I think that we need to understand our history so that we can understand how we can move forward. So, thank you.
I had a couple of comments. I wanted to amplify the item work plan number 1 about the town council's desire to have a new fall festival. And I've had some conversations with Commissioner Falake Phillips about the idea for this festival. And I would encourage us to pursue a festival that includes international culture and food activity, including cooking demos, explaining the meaning of culture and foods, and giving the community an opportunity to taste and experience multiple cultures. This is a tangible way to bring people together, and sharing food is a very good way for people to appreciate other cultures. And when we have such diverse cultures in this community, if that festival were able to do some of that, I think it would expose people and would include people who in the diversity of this community. So I would encourage in that work plan item the commission to explore that aspect. And so when I hear things about like bringing in food trucks, I don't think that really accomplishes that. But if our restaurants and our residents can participate in some of these things, I think we could accomplish a lot more. Then, with regard to the below the line items, I want to, the way some of them are stated, I think provide some challenges with the enabling resolution. So, the item A, which is to educate the community, and B is to develop a learning opportunity. And I'll just read from the enabling resolution. It says that the duties of the DEIC shall be to act in an advisory capacity to the town council in matters pertaining to creating equitable opportunities and sense of belonging within the town. It includes things like community-based programming, collaborative efforts, policy recommendations, and again, it's to make policy recommendations to the town council regarding justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, and unity issues. And so I do think that, and this is not only true at all of the DEI Commission, we have some very motivated volunteers who really want to contribute to the town and can certainly do so in an individual capacity. But the the commissions are set up as advisory to the council, and when they get outside of that enabling resolution, I do have some concerns. So I'm not going to make a motion or anything about this, but I would just suggest that we continue to work on this. How to use these incredibly motivated, talented people in our town in a way that keeps them motivated and has big impacts for the town. And so perhaps we might want to do a study session on commissions and the role of commissions and figuring that out. It might mean that we need to change some enabling resolutions, but as I read it and as I look at the role of our commissions, they are almost entirely in an advisory capacity, and I think that some of the items tend to get outside that. So it's a comment and a suggestion, but I don't think I need to make a motion on that. Vice Mayor.
I'll just respond to that briefly. I won't belabor it because there's no motion, but I would say generally I don't totally agree with all of that. I don't view the commissions as just policy advisory bodies. I think they work on projects of importance to them, and I think we need to lift up the people who are trying, who are volunteering their time to contribute to our community. And I think, one example of them not just being policy advisory bodies is that we voted to give them budgets. And so I don't know what the budget would be for if they're just, sort of deliberating on policy items. And so, and I would also just say for the specific things that you mentioned, I think, goal, I think the looking at the work plan, the item that you brought up on housing, educate the community about affordable housing, that reads exactly from their enabling resolution, which says educate the community about affordable housing to ensure that it meets the needs of the housing element. So that's what I got.
Councilmember Badami.
We're out of time again. We still have to get to council matters, so I move to extend the time. I hate to put it to 1 o'clock, but I will get done before then, but just as a safety precaution.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Let's continue. Other comments on the DEI Commission work plan? Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is good. I also view that the commissions are advisory to the council, but they are also, I think all commissioners are ambassadors to the community. They can be the eyes and ears of the community, and they can also promote what they do. I mean, the Arts Commission gets out and, does things, variety of commissions booth at different events. So I think we can discuss it another time, but I feel like there's a little more there. So I guess I'm ready to make a motion to accept the DEI Commission's work plan for 2025.
Second, and just friendly, I think it's approved, and I don't know if it matters, accept or approve.
Oh, I'm sorry. I move to approve it. Thank you.
Okay, any comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
And I will abstain because I'm struggling with this advisory issue at this point. So it passes 4 with 1 abstention. And finally, we get to the next item, which is council matters. And let's start at this end. Councilmember Badami.
I don't have much to say. I didn't need to do this till 1 o'clock. February 25th, I participated in a meeting of the Council Policy Committee along with the mayor. We considered updates to the Code of Conduct policy. And then on the 28th, as stated earlier, I met with the appellant of 45 Reservoir Road, which was the subject of an earlier agenda item. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. On Saturday, the 22nd of February, I had the pleasure of participating with about 40 volunteers from the town of Los Gatos, coordinated with the Santa Cruz Mountain Trail Stewardship and Town Parks and Public Works and our Parks and Sustainability Commission to make some wonderful improvements pretty much in one day to the Flume Trail that connects from Main Street on the left side of the creek up to the meadows. So that is one of our most loved trails. I hope people get out and get a chance to see the improvements up there. Trail's a little widened, there's steps in there, etc. On the next day, I attended our Congressman Sam Liccardo's ceremonial swearing in. There were about 600 people there. It was quite an event, and he's going to be a strong advocate for our community. On the 25th, I attended the policy committee meeting as an attendee. On the 26th, I participated in Silicon Valley Clean Energy Finance and Administrative Committee, where we basically kind of hear things for the first time, give advice about maybe some financial or administrative issues that will then go forward to the executive committee and then come forward to the directors. And just in general, I met with a lot of constituents this month on a variety of projects, housing, property concerns, and trails. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Along with two other folks up here, I attended the swearing in of our new Congressman Sam Liccardo. It was a great ceremony with a lot of people there. I attended Assemblymember Alex Lee's Lunar New Year celebration. I also met with a lot of residents this month. I would say the top two issues that we talked about were the housing development proposals coming down, and I have met with a lot of folks who have continued to express fears about the new federal administration attacking and targeting certain groups in our community. And finally, I will just announce, not related directly to my work here in Los Gatos, but I started a new job leading healthcare policy for our new county supervisor, Margaret Abekoga.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I also participated in the trail building, which I thought was fun and very rewarding to see a new section of trail that I worked on. I did lots of poison oak removal and got poison oak as a result. I knew I would. Even wearing long sleeve shirts and gloves, it still gets through to me. I also attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee. One thing new there is we just got our credit rating upgrade to A3. We started in 2020 with a BA1, and then we went in 2023 to a BAA2, and now we're at A3. So these favorable credit ratings enable Silicon Valley Clean Energy to negotiate more favorable power purchase contracts and preserve financial liquidity as energy supply counterparties and the California Independent System Operator will likely require less collateral. These credit ratings strongly support our ability to meet its financial obligations, thus reducing our energy suppliers' credit risks to Silicon Valley Clean Energy. I also met with our new supervisor, Margaret Abekoga.
Okay, thank you. So I participated in the Council Policy Committee meeting on the 25th, where we made, I think, substantial progress on the Code of Conduct, but I think we may have also reached the conclusion that the Policy Committee would like to see separate code of conduct for the council and commissions, since there are some pretty big differences in the ways that they are appointed versus elected, and also in their responsibilities of communicating with the press and things like that. So we're continuing work on that, but I think we made really substantial progress with the form that we're in. I had participated in the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting and was joined by Town Manager Chris Constantine. I'll let him talk about that one. I participated in the Community Health and Senior Services Commission meeting, where they worked over their work plan, and hopefully that'll be coming to the council at our next meeting. And then yesterday, I participated in the SourceWise Advisory Council meeting. It's really an interesting group. It was started many years ago by the federal government as a Council on Aging, and it continues to this day with a lot of programs and engaged people on improving life for older adults. And so I look forward to continuing to be a member of that. So that finishes my comments. And so council matters, and now town manager matters.
For the sake of brevity, I'll just highlight that the mayor and I had a great conversation with our local cities regarding fire disaster response and what folks are doing and what they're looking towards. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So,
in
attorney,
the closed session, okay, are you ready? Yes. Okay, thanks. So I would like to report that the town council met in closed session earlier this evening to discuss initiation of litigation and real property negotiations. With regard to the real property negotiations, there's no reportable action. With regard to the potential initiation of litigation, I'm reporting that the town council unanimously authorized the initiation of litigation, and once it has been formally commenced, the defendants will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the agency's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations. Thank you.
if I could ask a question about that, what's the time frame for that possible disclosure?
It would be once the complaint has been filed, and that is hopefully anticipated to occur by the end of next week.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, this meeting's adjourned.